civil society, among others, to discuss GBV and the possible sustainable solutions and recommendations to be adopted and included in our legislations to ensure the protection of women and children who are the majority victims of GBV. Today, we are here to hold not just a dialogue, but to build and strengthen collaboration with development partners, civil society actors, government and youth leaders, and justice actors. Our hope is that we will develop a youth-driven advocacy agenda that amplifies the work of young people in policymaking, addressing critical issues like unpaid care and civic participation. At the end of today, we hope to develop a consolidated report that will guide future interventions and keep this momentum that we have garnered over the 5 years alive. We hope to inform from this discussion today, improve gender responsive budgeting from the various district representation in the room. We are hoping to inform even more legislative reform. I know that the district officials in Kapchora made a pledge to include this in their budgets. That's quite a success story in its own right. We are hoping to continue advocating for the sexual offenses bill, but above all, I hope that we can, through the conversation today, make a commitment to increase our advocacy effort on the enactment of the National Legal Aid Bill. It is clear from the work that we are doing, or that we are doing, that legal aid continues to be a need in the societies that we serve in, that advocacy will always create a demand for legal aid services, that the two work symbiotically together and one does not take precedence over the other. So legal aid remains essential to the work that we are doing, both as a result or as something that is incidental to all the advocacy effort that we have been carrying out collectively as the three institutions. As Uganda strives towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, we are proud to have contributed to quite a number of SDGs, SDG 5 on equality, and the SDG on reducing poverty, and SDG on building strong institutions, and a couple of others, Your Excellency. This dialogue serves as a critical step in transforming commitments into tangible action, paving the way for a future where gender justice is not just an aspiration, but a lived reality for all of us in the room. Once again, I welcome you to this very important conversation and or celebration of our successes, and I wish us very, very fruitful deliberations. I'll take this opportunity to invite my colleague, Fatia. I'm calling her first before Rahu. She came in first. That is why, so there's no meaning in the order of my inviting her to come and speak to us this morning. So Fatia, if you can come and say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my sister Lillian, Your Excellency, Ambassador Frederick, First Secretary, Ms. Erin, government officials here with us. I know we have commissioners and others, the young people, our colleagues in the Generation G Partnership, and all guests at this National Gender Justice Dialogue. Good morning to you all. Yes, it is exciting to be here together for the National Dialogue on Gender Justice, in which we are going to reflect on our joint achievements, the key lessons, the challenges, and of course what lies ahead from the Generation G project, because even when the project is coming to an end this year, the work continues. So it will be exciting to reflect and think through how do we sustain the work, how do we continue with the work, because the gender injustices in the country are still real for us. So Lillian has mentioned the 6 districts where we have been engaged in, and the gender justice and the goal that the project was focused on gender justice and having a violent-free society for young men and women. I'm sure that the work we have done in the 6 districts had not only impacted on the young men and women, but it has actually impacted on even others, the adults, the older persons, both men and women. So I definitely, as we'll see, the work has even impacted greater. We are very grateful for the opportunity from SEHAD. We are very, very grateful for the opportunity to coordinate this work, working with our colleagues, FIDA and Rahu, through which we've realized milestones for the realization of gender justice and the impact that we have created in the 5 districts, but also at the national level through policy and legal advocacy. I want to appreciate the multi-level partnerships that we've had, or we are continuing to have. I believe that these partnerships should live beyond the project. Partnerships with the community level people, the district officials, at the national level with the government ministries, departments and agencies, and also with our global partners, through which we have impacted these 6 districts and also the country as a whole. I want in a special way to appreciate the implementing teams across the 3 organizations, but most importantly, those implementing teams, our friends that we are working with and are doing so much work at the district level and at the community level. The volunteers, the community health advocates, the GBV champions, we salute you as a partnership, the Generation G partnership, because we would not have achieved whatever we are going to share today without your efforts. You live in the communities, and you know what's best for the communities, and you have brought solutions on the table, and those solutions are what we have implemented together to create the change that we have created through the project. I would like to appreciate on behalf of the partnership, the Dutch government through the Dutch Ministry of, through MOFA, Dutch Ministry of Finance and Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I would like to appreciate Root Gas, and of course I want to appreciate Sonke Gender Justice in South Africa for the consistent support. I'm intentional with consistent, for the consistent support which has come with mutual respect. I underline mutual respect, and also a lot of learning. Lillian has talked a lot about the learning we have realized from this partnership. The support we have received has not only been for our institutions. We've built a lot of capacity for our institutions. We've built a lot of capacity has been built. Gender transformative approaches, risk management, financial management, gender diversity, sexual exploitation and harassment, strategic communications, unpaid work, and is so many areas of capacity building for our institutions that has enabled us to deliver efficiently. This has enabled us to realize the impact through this project in the 6 districts. And no wonder, Your Excellency, in 2 years ago, FIDA and SEHAD received the awards from the inaugural Empower Her Awards that were piloted by nation media in the country. And that's because we were transforming our organizations to ensure that we have gender transformative approaches, gender transformative policies and practices. And those awards, we are due to that. And we credit the project for actually building our capacities to that level. At the national and district level, Lillian has elaborated some of our achievements, but I know that throughout the dialogue we are going to hear that. But one thing I want to note is that we have together been able to build both at the national and grassroots level a gender justice movement. And I think these movements can be expanded and can be scaled, and also linked with the other movements that exist in the country, such as the women's movement, the SRHR movement, the human rights movement. So this project has given us a gender justice movement, a unique one that is built right from the grassroots to national level. And our our future is, I think, moving forward is for us to be intentional, to link this movement to the wider movements within the country, including the women's movement. We've done a lot of legal and policy advocacy. Lillian has talked about that, or looking at many policy frameworks and legal frameworks in the country, but also bylaws at the district level that aim to address issues of gender injustices are directed to young people and young women and men. We have also done a lot of work around access to justice for victims of gender-based violence, more so sexual gender-based violence, through our legal aid programs. And I'm glad Lillian has mentioned that we now need to join hands and advocate for legal aid, for public legal aid programs. I know that LASPNet has advocated, and I think now they are more quiet, they have given up. But from the work we are doing, we realize that legal aid continues to be a serious need in our country. Legal aid that integrates psychosocial support is very, very important, and we need to join hands and advocate for it. We've created public awareness on gender justice through many different interventions, including this commemoration of 16 days of activism. Each year of this project, we've empowered the media on gender justice, resulting into accurate reporting on the many gender injustices in the country. And we've also influenced at the regional and global level. But I think there are some glaring gaps and persistent challenges that we can think about, including the ones that Lydian has talked about. One of them is for us to even acknowledge and realize that even if the project was focusing on SDG 5, gender equality, we need to realize and advocate in such a way that with this gender equality cannot be realized if other SDGs are not given attention. But equally, ignoring the gender injustices means that we can never realize perhaps all other SDGs, including SDG 3 on good health and well-being for everybody, poverty eradication. All those we can't realize if we do not pay more attention to the gender injustices that face young people and also everybody else at the community level. I think we also have gaps. We still have persistent gaps and challenges around policy implementation. At the national level, we've worked to influence policy formulation and change and amendment of laws, but the implementation in the country remains really, really weak, partly because there are no government does not specifically allocate resources towards policy implementation, does not also pay attention to orienting those duty bearers at the district level on these policies and laws. And I think we need to work together to close that gap. If I know that the Ministry of Gender, for example, has recently completed and finalized the framework for health education and life skills for for adolescents and the youth out of school. Of course, the Ministry of Education is revising the one for those in school and so on. But they are as good as nothing if we do not commit to implementing these policies and laws for the good of the young people and all communities for which these laws and policies are done. So that's a place that we need to put more effort, where we can be the ambassadors to create awareness on these policies and laws, but also influence government to allocate resources so that these policies and laws are implemented. I think the other one is, and it's a lesson from this project and many others, that gender justice for young people, women and men, and more so for women, cannot be realized without economic empowerment and providing opportunities to access financial financial support. Clearly, where we are, all of us, if young people remain unemployed, no opportunities for earning an income, it is very difficult to address the gender injustices, because that sets also the power dynamics continues to set in. So I think as we continue to advocate and work together, we need to make sure that we integrate economic empowerment and also identify opportunities for accessing to identify access to financial opportunities for young people and more so for women. Your Excellency, the issue of safe shelters is a problem. Where we sit and where we are sitting and offering legal aid, there are people who have no place to stay when they face gender injustices. Yes, it's institutionalization, and probably we may not promote institutionalization, but temporarily, those interim measures for safety, for security, are issues that are real, that people will even hesitate to report these injustices to be addressed by the justice system because of safety, because they fear to compromise their safety, but also because they have nowhere to go, because they have no money to live on their own. So I think that issue of safe shelters is an important thing to consider. The few we have are mainly for NGOs, and I think we need to push together. I know we have advocated for safe shelters and we are not yet there, but it's something that we need to think about. Looking ahead, I call on us to sustain our collaboration and programming that aims to optimize the impact, sustain the gains, but most important, to scale up interventions and lessons from the project within the project districts, but also across the country. I want once again to appreciate all the implementing teams across the partnership and also the support and collaboration we have enjoyed from the district authorities and also from the government MDAs. Thank you so much, Lydian, for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Ms. Fatia. Another round of applause. I'd like to invite Wycliffe, who will be taking on the sign language interpretation for the rest of the afternoon. We've heard from Sehad. Ms. Fatia, I love how you defined the work over the past 5 years as a unique gender justice movement that has begun or that was built from the grassroots. So let's see where we fly to. Well done to everybody. At this point, I have the honor of inviting the Executive Director of Reach a Hand Uganda, Mr. Humphrey Nabimanya.
Where I come from, we dance, but the DJs are busy. Your Excellency, CEO of FIDA, CEO of SEHAT, all the distinguished guests, allow us to be youthful, because the room is a bit quiet and too serious. And sometimes in serious rooms, you want to be formal, but let's not be formal. Let's really at least first appreciate our 5-year journey of implementing Generation for Gender Justice, Generation G as a project we call it. So those who can follow, let's Abako, 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 Caravanda, Caravanda, JG. Thank you. So I'm just going to be a little bit freestyle. First and foremost, thanking to all the partners for walking this journey for the last 5 years. And for us, the last 5 years has not been implementing only these projects, but to see these projects and these objectives being integrated in the work we do as Reach a Hand Uganda. I'm happy to say that being more inclusive is not only just a talk, but we take it as action in everything we do. We've been privileged to have engaged with partners and collaborating with them closely, especially FIDA, SEHAT, working in 6 districts. But for us, it's not been only 6 districts. It's been integrating the objectives of this program in all the districts and all the regions that Reach a Hand works in. And together, we have made a lot of strides towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goal 5, empowering young people as peer advocates and educators. And we have seen ourselves train over 583 peer educators across the country every year for the last 5 years. And this has given us strong milestones, milestones that we have looked at them working. The first has been youth participation in decision making. We have witnessed remarkable progress in youth involvement in decision making, processes especially tackling gender-based violence. Young voices are no longer silent. They are the leading change for change. As Malala said, when the world is silent, even one voice becomes powerful. And I'm happy to say that, especially in the districts we are implementing in, at Jumani, we are now seeing young people raising into political positions. And for us, we know that those are going to be strong voices that are going to champion the voices that we're leaving behind and the voices we're going to sustain. And that's how we are seeing them being into youth participation. Not only in Ajumani, but in all the districts we're working in. At least we're happy to say 18 of our peer educators are now vying for political positions to be part of the decisions that are made at the local government, at the parliamentary level, and different spaces. And for us, that's a milestone that we celebrate as partners. Grassroots movements, we have cultivated grassroots movements of passionate young peer advocates, some of whom are with us today. And those are some of our peer educators. These are individuals who are not just participants, but also they are vital of change. And also they are agents of change in the different societies they are aspiring in, and also the different communities where they have worked so hard for other young people to embrace gender justice. And also we have witnessed some of the birth of these movements. The GN tribe is one of those movements that we have birthed and is now countrywide. The BNN movement that is also having a lot of billies that we call billies. We are believing in 1 billion young people being agents of change in their communities through embracing gender justice. One of the peer educators mentioned to me that if it's not me, then who? And if it's not now, then when? And also these are sentiments that resonate deeply with our advocates who are taking action today. The other milestone that we have seen is accountability spaces that have been created. Through these initiatives like district youth summits and youth consultative processes, we have created accountability spaces that empower young people to hold leaders accountable. We're happy to say that even in the room with us, we have a youth representative from Ajumani who sits at the youth council, also at the district council, to be the voice of young people, to be the voice of the voiceless in order for those young people to take action in whatever they are doing. I had a chance this year to have a round tour in West Nile on where we are launching the Protect project, but also had a chance to visit Ajumani. And while in that meeting, one of the leaders says, we have seen the real change. And that real change, it has endured us to change our perspective. Because Reach a Hand and its partners have really stepped up to make sure that youth participation can be involved. And also the young people have held us accountable. And happy to report that through GNG project, Ajumani Town Council and the cultural leaders are willing to give us land to where we shall establish a youth hub in Ajumani. And for us, those are the young people that have been able to push for that. And we're really happy for that, for making us proud in taking that step together. We have also steered collaborations with cultural institutions. Our partnership with cultural institutions, including the Madi Chiefdom, it has also engineered other cultural institutions. What they have seen us do in Adjumani district, Toro Kingdom has invited us also to be on the table. We recently just concluded the Toro Youth Conference that was hosted by the King out of the inspiration that they saw us do in Adjumani district. We have also gone ahead to engage the Uganda Kingdom. We have gone ahead to engage the Usoga Kingdom. We have gone ahead as well to engage the Sebe Kingdoms. We have gone ahead to engage the Rwenzululu Kingdom. We have gone ahead to really establish our footprint in every cultural institution around the country. And by doing this, it has been an instrument in challenging harmful social norms and practices that hinder gender justice in our communities. These are not inspirations that are coming from just a project, but they're inspiration that comes from your support. They're inspirations that come from the investment you just make in one area and then it cuts across the whole country. As Nelson Mandela wisely said, it always seems impossible, but until it's done. And together we've been able to make that change together. I have a few testimonies of change that I'd love to share with you. Let me share a few powerful testimonies that also reflect and resonates with the work we have been able to do for the last 5 years. One of them is Sarah as a peer advocate that started us as a peer educator and who also is here with us in the room. In the last 5 years, we are happy to say that it's been 3 years now. First year now she has joined our team in Adjumani as a project officer. But because of that, we saw a fearless, powerful woman who was speaking out on gender-based violence. A fearless, powerful woman who was standing up for her rights and also standing out for others. We saw a leader in her. And also we are happy that she's in this room, one of the young people that will share their stories. But because of that, also we believe in empowering women and girls in different spaces. Together we are changing the narrative. And this echoes the words of different young people who always say, especially the young girls that Sarah is leading, I am not free while any woman is unfree. Even when her shakers are very different from their own. So they want to be free. And now we have peer educators, peer advocates, women who have also influenced boys to make this world free so that gender equity can be respected. These are voices that remind us of the transformation of youth engagement in the fight for gender justice. We have also acknowledged as men. That's why as Humphrey, I'm a man, but fighting for justices of women. I think we should clap for that, guys. One individual in this room mentioned, why don't we train our daughters as heirs? I have 2 daughters that I'm so proud of that every time I look up to them, I just wish that one day they'll protect my legacy, the one protecting my mother's and my father's legacy. And that's what I see in them every day. Commitment to empowerment. As we move forward, let us remain steadfast in our commitment to empower young people. As Raul, for us, we are committed that however much the project is ending, for us, our work is now deeply rooted in the 2 districts where we have been supported by the Dutch government. Our work will continue because we have created structures from the peer educators level, the cultural leadership level, to the district leadership level, to even our partners and the board, that for us, we shall remain committed in the districts to see this work move forward because Richard Handy's foundation started from the passionate foundation and also to see every young person thrive through making the informed choices in life and every woman's rights being respected. At Rahu, we are dedicated to championing the cause of young people and advancing gender justice. And we believe together we can build a bright future for all of us. Thank you, and may the Lord bless you. Abako, 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 sibawulira, abako, karavanda, 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 fida, sehat, Rahu. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for Mr. Humphrey from Richahan, Uganda. As you can see, Rahu has kept the fire for youth advocacy burning bright. Thank you very much. Now I have the honor of reintroducing one of the most elegant trailblazers I have the most honor to be merely affiliated to through FIDA Uganda, our CEO, Madame Lillian Byarugaba Adriko, to introduce our guest of honor. Round of applause.
Okay, Your Excellency, the dividend of the investment of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is evident. You have heard what my colleagues have said. You're going to continue hearing stories of change, success stories. You will continue hearing them and will also share them after today. We see you, we see the work that you do. We see that you are a champion for gender equality. We are a beneficiary of your support under the PESA project, and I'm very confident that we will call you again to share yet another cycle of success stories. Thank you for believing in our institutions, for believing in our country, for believing in our communities. We couldn't have picked a better guest of honor for this event today. And thank you for honoring the invitation. Thank you, Eileen, for coming along with Her Excellency, the Ambassador. So I have the honor, the absolute honor, to invite Her Excellency Frederic Quispel to come and say, give us her remarks, give the keynote address. You're most welcome, Your Excellency.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm not going to do the whole protocol stuff. I'm just really happy to be here and see you all. Thank you for all the kind words. And also, in my position, usually I'm asked to speak last. I know that is a position of honor for which I'm grateful, but it also means that half of the crowd is already sort of checking their phones and slowly falling asleep. So I ask you to bear with me, to take away your phone for about 5 minutes. It's what my kids, they talk about brain rot, saying that we're not capable anymore of putting our phones away for longer than 5 minutes. But let's prove my boys wrong, and let's hang in there for a little bit, and I'll try to be as brief as I can, because it is my absolute honor and deep pleasure to be here with you today at this National Gender Justice Dialogue. And I really wish to extend my heartfelt thanks to Generation Gender, Gen G, the Alliance, for the extraordinary work that you have done over the past 5 years with the support of the Netherlands Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So big applause for all of you here today. And I mean this from the bottom of my heart. And for the Uganda team, I wish to extend, of course, my gratitude and thanks to FIDA Uganda, to Reach a Hand Uganda, and to See Heard. We've been working together. This the way of the rights, women's rights, that this was expanding world. This the way of the rights, women's rights, that this was expanding world over, but it's not. And I'm deeply saddened to see that. So at exactly this point in time where we need to work harder, there is less money available, which means we need to be smarter with that money. And I'm really happy. There's a lot of thinking about that going on in Uganda. So I do challenge you today. Think about this. What can we do? How can we make sure that money lasts? So if you have any ideas, I'm here. And not just today, but also in the months and years to come. your plans, your ideas, they're very, very welcome. Well, basically moving back towards this project, it's not just, as I said, the end of a project, but it is a celebration of a powerful movement that has placed youth, justice, and gender equally at the heart of social transformation. And it's been a movement that has mobilized young people, women, men, and institutions across Uganda to take a stand against injustice, inequality, and silence. I loved your remarks about how women are raised to be quiet. Let's not be quiet. Men and women, we need to speak up. We need to keep talking about these things as loud as we possibly can. As the Dutch government, we are immensely proud that we supported this project that was a bold and transformative initiative rooted in the deep belief that gender justice, the gender just and violence-free society is possible. And we all know, not just possible, but it's urgent and it's necessary. This project reminds us that gender justice is a matter of human dignity. And the Gen G initiative enabled young people, especially those from marginalized backgrounds, to find and use these voices that I just mentioned. And this project amplified these voices, and we used them to mobilize communities and led advocacy campaigns that are now shaping policy, very important, but also practice. Because it's great that there's new laws and new policies, but as the wonderful Seaherd representative said, we need to implement, and that is very often where the problem lies. But it's been very inspiring to learn about the various youth-driven initiatives like those, and I'm going to pronounce a couple of Ugandan places. I'll say it poorly, but Kapchorwa, Bugwo, and Namatumba, that were amongst others the places that went on to deliver legal awareness sessions and challenged discriminatory norms. We saw the establishment of youth-friendly corners at health centers, the amendment of the Sapini Cultural Constitution to include the representation of women and youth, a landmark moment that cannot be understated. We saw the successful advocacy that extended working hours at Health Center 3s, ensuring access to urgent HDBV services well into the night. And these are not small wins. They're systemic transformations driven by people who understand their communities, their needs, and the urgency of justice. Allow me to express appreciation for the incredible work of FIDA Uganda. Your legal expertise, grassroots presence, visionary leadership have been the backbone of this initiative. So big hand of applause, please. Bigger than that. Come on. Thank you. The Gender Justice Innovation Hubs established in Chapchora and Bugwo are pioneering examples of how technology, law, community engagement can come together to create safe, inclusive learning spaces for rural youth. But also, Reach a Hand Uganda. Thank you so very much. So a big hand of applause for Reach a Hand. Thank you so much for your tireless work in youth mobilization, health education, and peer engagement, and your commitment to equipping young people with accurate sexual and reproductive health information is literally saving lives, empowering futures. And I really, really couldn't agree more with your comments on cultural leadership. It's key that they get involved. Religious and cultural leaders, such a huge impact in communities, and they need to be on board. They need to be our partners, and I love how Reach a Hand is doing that. So I will gladly join you in fighting these negative norms by working with the cultural and religious institutions. And to Seaherd, of course, a large hand of applause as well for Seaherd. Larger, come on, you can do it. Great, thank you. Your advocacy for health and human rights has anchored this coalition in legal integrity and policy relevance. Again, that policy that is so important, but as you said so rightfully, it also needs to be implemented. And we need to think on that implementation. What can we do to make sure it's not only in the laws and in the policies, but actually making a difference on the ground in the communities? So thank you also very, very much. And this Gen G project showed the power of working together, working in a consortium. I think we all need to learn from that and take away these lessons and make sure that we keep on working like this, not in our silos, but all together, because this problem is too big to be fixed by one organization, one institution, one person. We need to do this all together. And I think this way of working together has proved very, very fruitful here in Uganda. And I thank you all for that. And also, importantly, this project did not shy away from the complexities of civic space. In a context, as I already said, where civic participation is often constrained, and this program courageously opened up digital and physical spaces for mobilization, dialogue, and learning. And I really love to hear the comments that were made by Humphrey on getting lands to open up a youth center, get these local leaders involved, and see how important it is to invest in youth and invest in women. And ladies and gentlemen, I know the road ahead, it's long, and it's not an easy one either, because across the globe, we are witnessing this backlash. And I really honestly can say from the bottom of my heart, I can't stand it. I can't stand hearing young boys talking Andrew Tate style. It's unacceptable. It's everywhere. I'm a mom of 2 boys, and believe me, I check with them so often. So, what are you seeing on? What are you doing on socials? And what do you like? What do you think about girls? And they tell me, Mom, you raised us, we know. And still, I can't stress it enough. We need to focus on those youngsters. We need to know what they see, what they do, and talk to them. And don't judge them, but we need to engage them in this battle that, to me, it feels that it really is. Because I think I can say I'm a long-standing advocate for gender equality. As I said, this campaign is very, very personal to me. I think I was posted to Canada before, and there was a First Nation woman speaking, so an Indigenous Canadian woman, and she said words I found so powerful. She said, "I come from a long line of strong women," and I can relate to that. My mom became a lawyer after she divorced my father. My grandmother, after the war, took care of her family by herself. My great-grandmother went to art school. My other great-grandmother was a pharmacist. So I come from a line of strong women, long line, and even then, it's not easy. I grew up with all the benefits you can have as a girl. I think there's not many girls on the planet who grew up as privileged as I did. And still I was told as well, be more quiet, don't laugh too loud. Even I mean, come on. So imagine for so many young women, it's so much more difficult. And it's not up to me to judge culture, but it is up to me to judge inequality. And there is a lot of inequality to go around. But I really see everybody needs to fight their own fight in their own communities, and I think we need to do this all together. So I'm really happy to see today, I think it's about 50-50 men, women, because it's not just women who need to fight this battle, and it's also not just men who make it hard. It's also very often other women who do not make life easy for their friends and relatives. So we need to do this together. I'm happy to see so many men here today. And honestly, I started the campaign with some good friends of mine, 7 other female heads of mission. And we call it the Women Uganda 2025 Plus campaign. And why the plus? I came home on Women's Day to my husband and I said to him, it's really terrible. All these things that are happening all over the world, and this is happening to women and that is happening to women. It's unacceptable. And he looked at me like he didn't know what I was talking about. Because very often it's women in groups of women who talk about these things, and the men are not involved. We need to involve the boys and the men. And then a woman said to me, but don't you dare call them champions. We are our own champions. And I thought, yeah, that's a point. Let's call them our +1. So all the women in my group, we've invited a +1 to help in this campaign. Mine is the Kenyan High Commissioner, Joash Manji. He's amazing. He's got great stories to tell. But also Minister Mao is involved. There's young men involved. So we try to get attention for this particular topic, for women's rights around the world, but especially here in Uganda. Because indeed, Gender justice cannot be achieved without boys and men as our allies, as our plus ones. So we invite every one of you to be part of the campaign, amplify this message as much as you can. If you have ideas for us, things to do, let us know. We'll gladly come along. Because in so many ways, in so many parts of our work, it's women that are lagging behind. I was speaking to a banker the other day. They're working on more loans in agriculture, working in the entire East African community. And funnily enough, Uganda is doing better than most countries in this handing out of loans to farmers. But, okay, so applause to that, 2%, and Uganda 12. Why? We need to think about these things. Why is that? I'm not comparing you to the United States or to Canada. This is within your own region. Why? Why do these things happen? We need to work on that. And I don't want to be that Mzungu that comments. I want you to make this your own discussion. I will be helping you out on the side. Anyway, thank you so much for your attention. Thank you for not being on your phone. I really appreciate it. And have a fruitful, deep discussion today. Don't let today be the last day. Don't write a final report, hand it in and move on. Make sure this movement continues because it's key, not just here in Uganda, but world over. I thank you very much for your kind attention. Asante.
Goes through a lot of the albums that we have prepared for you. Reach your hand over to you.
My name is Chelimo Femia. I work as a project officer, Generation Gender Project in Sebei sub-region, and that is Kapchorwa, Bukwo, and Kwen, the 3 districts. Throughout my work as a project officer here in Sebei sub-region, Generation Gender has experienced a number of positive impacts in the societies.
We have been having public barazas at the town council where we sensitize the communities on legal issues, more especially land rights, issues to do with the teenage pregnancies, early marriages, then the issues with the family property rights, human rights.
Before I started with Feed Uganda, the first week or the first months, I used to have issues with my husband because the friends used to confuse him that when your wife works with Feed Uganda, she's going to undermine you, she's not going to listen to you, because they have a misconception that that office only fights for women. Yet it's not like that.
There have been problems of where somebody fails to get money, but Feed Uganda have gone to the ground, told them on how to earn some little money on daily basis. They are able now to do some small businesses, and they help themselves.
When Chebet Rael came and introduced us to Feed Uganda, we started a saving group of 20 people, And when we started that group, we have saved and we have some money, we have bought some goats.
But before starting the business, the life was very not comfortable, but now you can do anything. You can even buy your own sugar. There is no more quarrels with your husband.
And it's also helping us in a way that our husbands are buying the ideas, they are joining us that these women, they are doing something good, and the gender-based violence is going away every day. And that's what we pray, that we pray for gender justice for all.
We also identified there is a problem with education in this area of ours, as you've also seen. We don't have nearby schools that can help our girl children. So most of our parents would prefer taking our children, the boys first, to school because they had different worries. For example, the girls might be raped, and also that fear of a girl.
But when FIDA came in, that's when now FIDA came and told them that also girls have a right for education.
So the impact of FIDA is that FIDA has really promoted quality education and also gender equality for both girl children and also males.
All this is not done by only us. We have fostered collaborations with the stakeholders in the districts. We work closely with the community officers, that is the district community development officers in the 3 districts. We work with the RDCs. We work with the CDOs in the various sub-counties. And we also work with the implementing partners, because we are all focusing on looking at a generation that is going to be resourceful in the near future, because they are the ones who hold the future.
FIDA has a group of CLVs within the town council. So in case there are issues at ground level, either at cell or ward, they first handle within their level. And when they finish at that level, we say it is okay. And when it needs our interventions, we also go down to the ground, or they come to office, then we handle.
So after identifying these problems as community legal volunteers, we saw there is need to sensitize our people, to have platforms that we can talk on to our people so that they can know what is to be done.
But I really want to thank our Generation Gender for coming in to Sebei sub-region, because most of the things that are faced here in Kapchorwa is usually the negative mindset. So we have a lot in mindset changing, which we cannot do it not until such projects come in to give us support, so that we are able to go deep down in the villages.
Our working relationship with the FIDA has been very good, and we pray that we still continue with the same spirit.
Let me also thank the FIDA fraternity for allowing us give these opportunities to go into communities and carry out sensitization or awareness on what people should do. And I guess we are going to continue with them up to the last minute.
We also thank government for giving us a gender-based violence shelter, which is also working concurrently with the FIDA Uganda to ensure that such acts do not exist in the family.
And I want to call upon our funders, donors, that it's not over until it's over. The fight is still there. Things are still happening, and we need to work with other stakeholders and other coalition partners to realize a gender-just society.
Rusi adi mongwe mangwe posko ma sare se anareta de anareta la DPA o kare anareta de ongwe nyapela ane alewara village a etere kwasa county ajumanti city a so ma nyara karibu.
I'm by the names of Albert Francis Ongom, aka Genius. I work with Richard Uganda, program Officer, Community Engagement, based in Adjumani District. I'm happy to share with you the journey of Gen G, of Generation Gender, since 2021.
By name, I'm called Abimaya Konsi. With the Reach a Hand Uganda, I started volunteering at Reach a Hand Uganda since in 2020 through G&G program.
Very concise. Thank you so much, Rahul, for putting that together. At this point, evaluating the extent to which this project milestones have contributed to the Sustainable Development Goals, I would like to invite an advocate of the courts who's in our midst. I'm very honored to invite Dr. Patricia Atim, who is currently lecturing the head clinical legal education in the Public Interest Law Clinic, School of Law, Makerere University. She's a dedicated activist of rule of law, human rights, and gender relations. Her professional and research interest mainly includes human rights law, family law, children's rights, gender and the law, disability rights, and clinical legal education. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Patricia Atim, who will address us in a keynote.
Thank you very much, MC, for the warm reception to this podium. Unfortunately, the DJ has just walked away, but I was hoping he would give us a good rocking song since we've been told to feel free. And I'm feeling young. I feel like I'm 10 years younger now because I'm among very young, beautiful, diligent people. Where is the DJ? He has disappeared and killed my vibe. We are learning some Gen Z language. Yeah? Okay. DJ, you have a good vibe song that will get us rocking? Okay. Oh, the equipment. So as we wait for that. Okay. Yeah. I hope you'll get us up and you will get us up and you show us some stuff. Who is the best Gen I think let's get up and rock a bit. I hope you have some Gen. Well, okay, but I think the Gen Zs in the room agree that this song does not represent us. Gen Zs, does it? It doesn't? DJ, please. What song do we want? Pardon? Indawa. Okay, but then that table will have to lead us on how we dance Indawa. Okay, DJ, do we have Indawa? Okay, so DJ is looking for it. So Doctor, so we Gen Zs have songs that are particular to us, and we would want to sample you in that arena. Yes, but can we be standing up? Let's all stand up. The other table, come on. Okay. So, DJ, just a minute. So, do we have some Wawa experts here? Do we? Could you please come at the front and show us how we were? Or do we have some Wawa experts, especially from Richer Hand, peer educators? Richer Hand knows what's up. Okay, so, oh yes, we have a rep from Sehad. Yes? Awa from Richer Hand peer educators. All right.
I see some richer hand. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. FIDA. Rika. Monitoring and evaluation. Our manager, please. Okay. So, Doctor, the Gen Z team is well constituted. So, all right. So, DJ, we are ready. That's not the one.
Hoy se sale solito, se pone rico el parche cuando bailo y todo. La mala hasta el piso que invito, yo tan soltera y todo, yo quieren con todo. Me sube la falda, y a mí me gusta la cara que pone. Cuando me baila, que le dé duro hasta que lo detone. Sí, tú tienes todo lo que quiero para mí, pégate más que te quiero sentir. Que los dos queremos eso, choca y olvídate del proceso. Menéalo, ritmo, quiero, TikTok, vamos pegando como en la disco. Súbele cuando te saque rico. Menéalo, ritmo, quiero, ese TikTok, vamos pegando como en la disco. Súbele cuando te saque rico. Otra cosa, no quiero a nadie sentado, todo el mundo parado. Así que ya tú sabes, un Biggie Show. DJ Panda. Está rompiendo, fana. Aló, me llamaron. Menelo, ritmo, quiero.
Okay. A round of applause for Gen Zs. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that moment of relaxation. Yeah. So, like I told you, I'm really feeling young this morning, just because I'm amidst very young, vibrant young gentlemen and ladies. So, distinguished delegates, partners, stakeholders, and guests, keynote address or critical analysis of the performance of our 5-year project vis-a-vis the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals. It is a privilege for me to join you today as you mark the conclusion, yet also the beginning, of the Generation Gender Project, a significant 5-year effort dedicated in advancing gender justice in Uganda. Under the theme, today's theme, reflecting on progress, advancing gender justice, amplifying voices of change. This dialogue, ladies and gentlemen, provides an important platform to celebrate the achievements made towards realizing the Sustainable Development Goal 17, the 17 of them, but most particularly for the purpose of this project, which emphasizes achieving gender equality and empowering women and girls. The collaborative work between FIDA, Richer Hand Uganda, and SEHAD, as well as their donors or development partners, stakeholders at different levels, and other partners has driven very meaningful progress in addressing gender inequality, gender injustices, and gender-based violence in the respective areas of their operation, and promoting youth empowerment and involvement at different levels, as we've already heard and as we are going to hear for the rest of the day. Today's gathering is an opportunity to reflect on those successes, to understand the ongoing challenges that still persist, and call for the continued need for concerted effort of all the stakeholders and the partners in addressing this and combating the gender injustices that we face in Uganda, and to strengthen the commitment to a just, inclusive,
and violent-free society. I'm very grateful sitting here just for the 1 hour or so and listening to the speakers that have spoken before me. I felt that it's so heartwarming to feel the impact of the activities that they have done and also the areas that they have reached. These are areas that we know in our country are hotspot areas with largely marginalized communities. So seeing the old man from Adjumani there speaking on behalf of the community in Adjumani and the youth there, taking me by the video to Kapchora, to Serere and Kwen. I've not been to that part of town of our country. I've been as far as Karamoja, but I have loved the scenery. And thank you very much, the partners, for taking us there through this video and for the work that you have done there. It demonstrates utmost commitment to reach every single person in this country, irrespective of social standing, class, or gender. Indeed, we must remember, as we reflect in the progress of this 5 years intervention, that the human race is like a two-winged bird. For a bird to effectively fly and reach its greatest potential, both wings must function effectively. So is the human race. Gender equality and non-discrimination, gender justice, gender equity, and realizing substantive equality must be observed for the human race to realize its full potential and live in dignity for all. Both men and women must not be left behind in this struggle for gender justice. So all current and historical bottlenecks or barriers to gender justice must be addressed head-on and tackled to its very core so that we can live in a society where everybody feels dignified and everybody is able to realize their full potential as is envisaged in the Sustainable Development Goal 5, which again, I remind you, focuses on achieving gender equality, gender justice, and empowering all women and girls. To focus on the assignment that I was given to speak about the impact of the various activities that have been undertaken by the partners vis-a-vis its implication on the Sustainable Development Goal 5. Ladies and gentlemen, I tried to identify the different targets that are laid out in the Sustainable Development Goal 5 and those that relate to the activities that were implemented by the partners. Target 1, 5.1, end all forms of discrimination against all women and girls everywhere. Let's be reminded that the CEDAW, that's the Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. In its preamble, it recognizes that discrimination against women violates the principles of equality of rights and respect for human dignity, is an obstacle to the participation of women on equal terms with men in the political, social, economic, and cultural life of their countries. It hampers the growth of the prosperity of society and the family, and it makes it even more difficult the full development of the potentialities of women in the service of their countries and of humanity. Uganda has ratified the CEDAW and many other instruments, and therefore Uganda and all the other state and non-state actors are enjoined to realize the commitments that are made in the CEDAW and many other instruments, plus also realizing Sustainable Development Goal 5, to which as a state we are also committed. So all efforts by Uganda and non-state actors must be placed in realizing those aspirations. Looking at the interventions that have been made, the way we structured this presentation is to look at the interventions that have been made by the key implementing partners, the achievements that they've realized, and the gaps that still remain to be addressed. From the project reports that was shared, one of the interventions that was made is the partners advocated and
and achieved constitutional amendment in the Sabini Cultural Institution to mandate women and youth participation. They also intervened in access to education in Buko district, where 3 community legal volunteers actually opened a nursery school to enhance access to education for the children in Buko, but most especially the girl children. And you see in the video, we were showed that school and where the little girl learners have already been embraced. There's also constructing of a school in Giriki sub-county, that is also detailed in the report. Continuous community sensitization on gender violence and anti-discrimination. And also, they have tackled school-based gender-based violence and discrimination by having gender-based violence and discrimination awareness programs. These activities have institutionalized the representation of women and the youth in the Sabine Parliament, at least 2 women and 2 youth, increased the viability and participation of women and youth in decision-making bodies, enhanced gender justice knowledge among the community members and the students, and improved access to education for the girls in the regions of intervention. We had the ED from Richer Hand saying they've reached all kingdoms, but they've not yet reached Gulu, where I come from. So I hope there will be strategy to reach the Acholi kingdom, and I pledge to support that team. So yes, so in terms of challenges in that area, we still have deep-rooted patriarchal norms that limit genuine empowerment of women and girls in our communities. There is risk of tokenism in governance issues and limited influence in actual decision-making by women and the youth, especially even when given the slots, like 2 women in the Sabine Parliament and 2 youth, will they actually be given the voice, and will their voices be heard so that it's not mere tokenism? Then weak enforcement and monitoring of the non-discrimination policies that are adopted at community level and also at a national level that are meant to address these barriers in our society. The activities also tackled targets SDG 5, target 2, which is to eliminate all forms of violence against women and girls. The activities that were undertaken by the partners there involved, among others, youth-led gender-based violence campaigns, legal reforms in cultural institutions mandating action against harmful traditional practices, creation of friendly corners in hospitals for confidential reporting and access to sexual and reproductive health care services, and enhanced community legal volunteer presence for legal and psychosocial support. And in the video, we have seen a number of the community legal officers that are supporting the team at the grassroots. These activities were able to impact or achieve improved gender-based violence reporting rates in the district. Hospital spaces were developed that are dedicated to provide support to survivors of gender-based violence, and even shelters. Greater community knowledge of gender-based violence and pathways to justice. We heard from the video, one of the community leaders saying, you know, people told my husband that if your wife joins the feeder organization to work for them, she's going to be disrespectful. Those are the misconceptions we have in society. However, she also testified that the situation or things have improved in her family, and they are actually working better with the husband. So there is improved access to reproductive health care, and also targeted efforts towards ensuring access to health care by persons with disabilities and other marginalized groups. However, the challenges that remain in that area are gender-based violence remains and a deep-rooted barrier, or one of the elements that we face in society due to stigma and negative cultural practices and social norms. There is social tolerance for some vices or cultural practices that actually harm the rights of women, like wife inheritance, still present in Sabine, even in Ajumani, early child marriages, forced genital mutilation, abuse of bride price, which I prefer to call bride gifts in the language of Mifumi, despite
decisions like the Mifumi decision that has really reinforced things like no return of bride price or bride gifts after the dissolution of marriage, and also in the event that, and also advocating for the fact that this should be termed as bride gifts, not bride price, in order to deal with the mentality that somebody is purchasing a wife, or parents who think they should be selling off their daughters. So these should be bride gifts, and this should not be the cultural practice of exchange of bride gifts during customary marriages should not be abused. Then there is also limited survivor support services, especially in the hard to reach areas. We have heard that shelters are still few to accommodate survivors of gender-based violence. So there is need for concerted effort by government and non-government actors to provide safe shelters for survivors of sex and gender-based violence. Then we have target 5.3, eliminating harmful practices such as child, early and forced marriages and female genital mutilation. The interventions which were made there involved policy reforms and explicit bylaws. Extension through Cuomo and Chema, community, also the community legal volunteer leading monitoring and preventing fraud, favoritism, and enhancing access to these socioeconomic initiatives. The activities increased the number of youth and women benefiting from the Youth Livelihood Program, documented cases of community legal volunteers securing skills and jobs for young people. Then female youth trained as trainers in tailoring and hairdressing and multiple other projects in order to enhance their access to income. However, the challenges we note there continue to be resource limitations to cover a broader number of people. Occasionally, funds are also mismanaged and corruption is underway. There was a story in Arua where the managers of the PDM resources in Arua were actually asking women for sexual favors before they could be given the 1 million shillings under the PDM project. So that is another illustration of the ongoing gender-based violations that continue due to power disparities between the stakeholders or duty bearers and the intended beneficiaries. Then economic empowerment gaps remain for most marginalized due to inaccessibility of the funds and the negative social norms, attitudes, and practices that curtail women's access to financial resources for economic growth. The ambassador just told us access for women in Uganda for the loans is only at 12%. So that means there are probably socioeconomic, rather social norms, practices, and attitudes that are curtailing women's access to the loans. And these may include lack of ownership of property in their own right, As we know, many women in our community do not own property detailed in their own right, so they may not have a land title to go and access this loan if the loan requires that security. There are also fears, community attitudes that women who are economically empowered are disrespectful to their husbands, to their families, etc. Therefore, many times you might find some women simply shying away from going for these loans because they do not want to be perceived by the society as empowered and disrespectful. And yet, that is truly not the case. There are also aspects, somebody shared that one of the social norms they grew up with is being told to keep quiet and be humble and don't speak. You be subordinate. So there are also that category of women who may want these loans, but because they are waiting for the husband to do it for them, it's the man who should go ahead of them. Because as a woman, you're supposed to remain domesticated, quiet, and humble, and that is when you're a good woman. And those are some of the factors that may be hindering our access to some of these financial initiatives that are meant to bolster our economic empowerment and meet some of the sustainable development goals targets. Then we have target 5.8 to promote empowerment of women through technology. Technology was not a primary focus, I think, in the project. There was minimal digital skills or ICT programming rollout. Some use of virtual peer networks and social media for advocacy. Then the achievements there, partners use digital means for awareness and sharing best practices. There were youth-led campaigns, materials circulated through online platforms. And I know FIDA really is, from the three partners, I know FIDA best, is very, is up on its game around digital transformation or the use of the digital platforms. So we need to have further or deepen our digital empowerment and also address the barriers around access to the digital platforms in terms of affordability, digital literacy, or especially in the rural areas. And also, there's no large-scale ICT gender inclusion, especially for women. Another target that was also achieved under Sustainable Development Goal 5 is to adopt and strengthen policies for gender equality. There's the interventions there where the amendment of cultural constitutions to include embrace gender inclusion, anti-discriminating procedures were removed or provisions, and anti-gender-based violence and economic empowerment is promoted. Then there's the district level social accountability forums to monitor and delivery and implementation. We heard from ED Rehu that they have youth-led accountability platforms that to hold the duty bearers in the community accountable, and these youth-led platforms are being led by the youth, and that is very laudable. So the achievements there were the concrete policy changes in institutions like the Sabini Parliament, increased scrutiny and demand for compliance from local leaders and community leaders. Youth and women are well equipped to lead and hold leaders accountable. However, the challenges that remain along that line is policy enforcement, as earlier noted, is uneven, and we need to put more effort in policy enforcement as much as we may design good policies. The national level, legal and institutional reforms still lag behind, and the accountability mechanisms require strengthening. So when we see the Gen Zs advocating for accountability or demanding for accountability, like they did during the anti-corruption campaign that was led by the Gen Zs, and then they are tear gassed or arrested and prosecuted in our courts. So that tells us that we need to strengthen our efforts around holding our leaders accountable and leaders acknowledging that young people or not have the right to demand accountability. Now, we must also say that these targets that were achieved by the project activities were also grounded in national legislation or legal frameworks and policies that we have enacted as Uganda, and that the activities for the 5 years project have properly breathed life into realizing some of these legal instruments. And some of them that I can mention is, of course, with the Constitution of Uganda that seeks or is really there are provisions there that
mandate the state, Uganda, and all other stakeholders to recognize the rights of women and also all other parties and enhance economic development and accountability in this country. When you read the preamble of the Constitution, in many respects, you'll find that the activities of this 5-year program actually fell very well within the objectives, the national objectives and directives of state principle that are clearly stated in our Constitution. The Equal Opportunities Act was also realized because when we advance gender equity, equality, and gender justice, then we are trying to realize the provisions in the Equal Opportunities Commission, Equal Opportunities Act. Then we have the elimination of violence. The efforts around gender-based violence spoke to instruments like the Domestic Violence Act, the Penal Code Act, the Children's Act that have provisions against violating the rights, against domestic violence at all levels. And then we have other instruments, the activities that looked at female genital mutilation issues as a form of gender-based violence. We have the Female Genital Mutilation Act in Uganda that prohibits gender-based, prohibits female and genital mutilation practices. Then we also can look at other instruments like the National Sexuality Education Framework, the Health Act, the Land Act, the Succession Act, the National Children's Policy, the Gender Policy. All those and many others are laws that we have as a nation that must be adhered to, and that the activities of this 5-year program were really well-grounded and made a contribution towards realizing the rationale of those instruments. Other observations that I could make is that really strengthened the intervention of the 5-year project is the multi-level and the multi-stakeholder engagement. The 5 partners did not leave any duty bearer behind. Local leaders, as I saw also from the video, were involved. I've heard the mention of the Ministry of Gender that was involved and opened a shelter in Kapchora. And all the levels of stakeholders were party to these initiatives. And that is very good, especially in terms of ensuring sustainability of projects, even when the project should close out. But if community leaders, local leaders have appreciated the project and worked together with the implementing partners, then we believe that even in their budgets, they will continue to provide for these activities and appreciate the relevance of them. The participation of youth and women leadership to secure key changes, but must move from representation to active participation and influence. Then the community-based, context-driven innovation, like the hospital-friendly corners, the community legal volunteer empowerment. Those are context-driven, they are homegrown, they are grassroots appreciated, and therefore they remain strong in the community and continue to sustain the project even after the key partners should leave. But I hope that will not happen, especially listening to the ambassador. Then the systemic challenges remain: underreporting of gender-based violence cases, the cultural resistance to gender justice and economic empowerment, and digital exclusion of our women remains high in the circumstances and as an observation. So what are the recommendations that I could make to the various stakeholders? To the policymakers and other stakeholders: institutionalize continuous monitoring of policy reforms and implementation, and scale up community-driven models like the community legal volunteers, the hospital corners, the community economic empowerment of women to additional districts. Intensify legal and civic education campaigns targeting all traditional leaders, cultural leaders, and also men. We must talk male involvement and develop male involvement strategies so that we do not leave our young boys and men behind in this struggle for gender equity, as has already been also emphasized by the ambassador. To our development partners or donors, to support long-term flexible funding for youth and women's empowerment requires a lot more funding. As we have seen, the 5 years have not been, they've been quite some good time, but not sufficient. The challenges remain in place. And the lady in the video, the legal officer from Captura, said that things are still happening. So the things are still happening, and we therefore still need additional resources to continue the effort. Invest in data systems to track progress, especially gender disaggregated data and real-time reporting on gender-based violence and economic empowerment issues. So I was thinking it would be beautiful to trace some of the beneficiaries of these 5-year project activities, trace them maybe 3 years later and see where they are as individuals who had been empowered at a particular time. So that means we have to have our data systems right and the tracking and be able to track. And sometimes, you know, even when you look at the youth livelihood programs and those socioeconomic empowerment programs that the government has rolled out to benefit the society as a whole, so when you go to the Ministry of Gender and sometimes ask for that data and disaggregated data, who is receiving? If it's women, for instance, are women with disabilities also getting this youth livelihood program, or UWEP and so on, or PDM, to what extent are they getting? Sometimes you'll be met with the response that the system does not disaggregate the data, or we do not have that system yet. And then that is really important in order to establish or monitor access. Who is accessing? Maybe something meant for women is even being accessed by men if we do not have proper monitoring and tracing mechanisms or systems in place. Then back technology initiatives that bridge the gender digital divide and enabling advocacy, entrepreneurship, and inclusion. To my comrades in the civil society world, we advance for scaling up peer mentorship with a focus on training the next cohort of young men and women as agents of change and agents of gender justice. We applaud the partners here that have taken up this initiative, and we have almost 80% of those in this room are very young people. And I also applaud FIDA, and I would encourage the rest of the implementing partners. Let's clap to that, please. Inclusion of the young. Thank you. That speaking on when I wear my university hat as a lecturer, I would also say we have many young people in the universities, so let us reach out to the young people also in the university. I know FIDA has a university clubs in the universities, so that is encouraged so that we tap these young people even at university level. Collaboration with universities, that has been mentioned. Then strategic litigation or public interest litigation remains important in advocating for gender justice. I know FIDA recently filed a case on teenage pregnancies or following the beating of this young, the nurse at the school. So that is really encouraged. And SEHAD has had just so many cases like SEHAD Perez around the right to health for children with disabilities. That was also a good one. So these efforts towards using public interest litigation or strategic litigation should not be left. We must continue strengthening them and using them as a tool of advocacy and a tool of social change. Then we expand the intersectional approaches to reach the most marginalized people, adolescent girls, women with disabilities, children with disabilities, and rural women. Because we must remember that even as we advocate for women, we are not homogeneous. We come in many colors, many forms, with the intersectioning vulnerabilities that must be recognized and addressed, all the unique needs identified and addressed in those different vulnerabilities. Innovate with ICT and digital tools to empower youth, facilitate reporting, streamline advocacy, and share knowledge. As I conclude, the generation gender has proven that gender justice is achievable when interventions are deeply embedded in community priorities and driven by empowered youth and women. Also, not forgetting male involvement strategy. The gains are undeniable, from the new laws in the cultural institutions to safe spaces in hospitals to the growing confidence and capabilities of Ugandan young leaders. We heard from the ED of Reach Uganda about the lady in here who was a very strong leader in the community, and she's here. So I hope we are going to meet her soon. to stand up for recognition, the one you were speaking about. I hope we shall meet us. So thank you for investing in the young people, for building their confidence, and for empowering them to demand for accountability from our leaders and also take the leadership role in the different spheres. We are heading for 2026 elections. I hope this effort will see many young people playing different roles as we roll towards 2026 elections, and hope that they will be safe and non-violent and we shall not lose life of anybody. But this journey of the Generation Gender Project, the 5-year project, is only the beginning. Let us recommit to sustaining, scaling up, and deepening the progress Sustainable Development Goal number 5, and all the other interrelated sustainable development goals that these activities have actually helped to realize. Poverty, hunger, clean water. When we speak roads, then there is better infrastructure, access to justice, because they had FIDA. All those are among the different sustainable development goals that we must achieve by 2030. So we must make sure that these goals, and particularly Goal 5, is not only a promise, but a living reality to every woman and every girl in Uganda. And remembering that the SDG slogan, that we must not leave anybody behind. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me depart with the words from Michelle Obama, one of our leading influencers, that no country can ever truly flourish if it stifles the potential of its women and deprives itself of the contributions of half of its citizens. So Uganda must not be left behind in realizing the potential of its women in all spheres and in all regions. We must rise up and take the opportunities that are available, and also fight gender-based violence aspects and other negative social norms that may hinder our progress. I depart by saying thumbs up to FIDA, to SEHAD, to Reach Out Uganda, and the Netherlands Development Partner for this support. Aluta continua, for God and my country.
Come on, we can do better than that for Dr. Patricia Atim. Thank you for that insightful and compelling review. You've given us a clear picture on where we are so much. This is a kind reminder about the pre and post evaluation forms that are at the entrance. There's a desk at the back. They're giving out pre and post evaluation forms of the event. We would love to hear where your mind is in this conversation. So please don't leave before you fill those forms. Also, the places of convenience for those of you who along this aisle on the right, so do not feel discomfort. Just walk outside in case of anything. And at this point, as we reflect and settle in from the documentary we have watched to the speakers who've addressed us, we're going to go for a break. And after the break, we'll return to dive into the next session, which is Youth at the Forefront, a powerful panel exploring how young people are leading and taking charge of gender justice, from a digital innovation community to advocacy to speakers that are very fond and very, very much keen on gender justice. So let's break for about 30 minutes and then we'll be back for a plenary to hear more from you. Thank you.
is with great and utmost pleasure that I welcome you to the 10th edition of the Intergenerational Dialogue 2024, hosted here in Kasese, organized in partnership with our dear partners, Save the Children in Uganda.
As we gather to reflect on the power of intergenerational and religious conversations, I would like to highlight a crucial issue affecting our communities, particularly the challenges faced by the girl child and adolescent mothers.
Uganda still grapples with a lot of teenage pregnancies, mental health challenges, unemployment, drug and substance abuse, and so many other challenges that do not allow young people to fully achieve their full potential and live towards achieving general wellness.
According to the Uganda Demographic Health Survey, UDHS 2022 results, about 24% of women aged 15 to 19 years had initiated childbearing by the time of the survey, with 18.4% having had live birth, while 5.1% had initiated childbearing by the time of the survey.
UNESCO has reported that quite a number of young people in Uganda, about 1.8 million, joined primary 1, but not more than 400 finished primary 7. The question is, where is the 1.2 million children that do not complete P7?
Child marriage remains common, with 34% of girls married before the age of 18 and 7% married before the age of 15.
These high teenage pregnancies are attributed to some factors where we got issues like poverty levels.
We are talking about poverty as one of the biggest drivers of teenage pregnancy. But government has put up, programs. How are our parents tapping into that? How are our young boys, our young girls tapping into that?
These sexual and reproductive health challenges are closely linked to gender inequality, which continues to hinder progress towards gender equality and Uganda's broader human rights and development goals, including the 2030 Agenda.
We have only one big problem as religious leaders. Talking about sexuality is a taboo to some of the religious leaders.
This does not mean that by sexuality education we mean teaching young people how to do sex. It means empowering young people with skills, knowledge, and capacity to make decisions, have self-control, and know the different options and alternatives available for them.
So as parents, as leaders, as boys, as men, as women, we should see how we come up with talking to our young people. They need that information. We are all adolescents and we are all transitioning from being a child to adulthood. Let us take this opportunity that we have here today for this dialogue to renew our pledge to advocate and protect for the health rights of these young people.
There is need for establishing multi-sectoral mechanisms to coordinate planning, financing, implementation, and scaling up of adolescent sexual reproductive responsive services at national and decentralized levels.
We need everyone. For example, we need the government, that is the members of parliament and other government institutions like the police, the judiciary, the ministry, and any other.
Currently, the issue of police, the examination, under the government policy, all our facilities, all clinical officers, medical doctors in the government, we don't charge for medical examination.
Don't be used just because of money. Even if I'm poor, no one is going to use me just because of money.
So we implore the community members to sensitize the people and specifically the DHO to leverage to ensure that these services are close to the people and they do not actually affect us.
the take home should be that out of this, we need to come up with, for example, a petition that we can now take on to a higher level of discussion so that we have lasting solutions that are encompassing all the other challenges and respond to them. Probably we will save a soul and see ourselves move forward.
Let us use the power of this dialogue to work together across generational and religious lines to ensure a brighter and inclusive future for every child, every mother, and every family in Kasese district and beyond.
It is with great and utmost pleasure that I welcome you to the 10th edition of the Intergenerational Dialogue 2024, hosted here in Kasese, organized in partnership with our dear partners, Save the Children in Uganda.
As we gather to reflect on the power of intergenerational and religious conversations, I would like to highlight a crucial issue affecting our communities, particularly the challenges faced by the girl child and adolescent mothers.
Uganda still grapples with a lot of teenage pregnancies, mental health challenges, unemployment, drug and substance abuse, and so many other challenges that do not allow young people to fully achieve their full potential and live towards achieving gender wellness.
According to the Uganda Demographic Health Survey, UDHS 2022 results, about 24% of women aged 15 to 19 years had initiated childbearing by the time of the survey, with 18.4% having had live birth, while 5.1% had initiated childbearing by the time of the survey.
UNESCO has reported that quite a number of young people in Uganda, about 1.8 million, joined primary 1, but not more than 400 finished primary 7. The question is, where is the 1.2 million children that do not complete P7?
Child marriage remains common, with 34% of girls married before the age of 18 and 7% married before the age of 15.
These high teenage pregnancies are attributed to some factors where we got issues like poverty levels.
We are talking about poverty as one of the biggest drivers of teenage pregnancy. But government has put up, programs. How are our parents tapping into that? How are our young boys, our young girls tapping into that?
These sexual and reproductive health challenges are closely linked to gender inequality, which continues to hinder progress towards gender equality and Uganda's broader human rights and development goals, including the 2030 Agenda.
We have only one big problem as religious leaders. Talking about sexuality is a taboo to some of the religious leaders.
This does not mean that by sexuality education we mean teaching young people how to do sex. It means empowering young people with skills, knowledge, and capacity to make decisions, have self-control, and know the different options and alternatives available for them.
So as parents, as leaders, as boys, as men, as women, we should see how we come up with talking to our young people. They need that information. We are all adolescents and we are all transitioning from being a child to adulthood. Let us take this opportunity that we have here today for this dialogue.
My name is Chelimo Femia. I work as a project officer, Generation Gender Project in Sebei sub-region, and that is Kapchorwa, Bukwo, and Kwen, the 3 districts. Throughout my work as a project officer here in Sebei sub-region, Generation Gender has experienced a number of positive impacts in the societies.
We have been having public barazas at the town council where we sensitize the communities on legal issues, more especially land rights, issues to do with the teenage pregnancies, early marriages, then the issues with the family property rights, human rights.
Before I started with FIDA Uganda, the first week or the first months, I used to have issues with my husband because the friends used to confuse him that when your wife works with FIDA Uganda, she's going to undermine you, she's not going to listen to you, because they have a misconception that that office only fights for women. Yet it's not like that.
There have been problems of where somebody fails to get money, but FIDA Uganda have gone to the ground, told them on how to earn some little money on daily basis. They are able now to do some small businesses, and they help themselves.
When Chebet Rael came and introduced us to FIDA Uganda, about FIDA Uganda, we started a saving group of 20 people. And when we started that group, we have saved and we have some money, we have bought some goats.
But before starting the business, the life was not comfortable, but now you can do anything. You can even buy your own sugar. There is no more quarrels with your husband.
And it's also helping us in a way that our husbands are buying the ideas, they are joining us that these women, they are doing something good, and the gender-based violence is going away every day. And that's what we pray, that we pray for gender justice for all.
We also identified there is a problem with education in this area of ours, as you've also seen. We don't have nearby schools that can help our girl children. So most of our parents would prefer taking our children, the boys first, to school because they had different worries. For example, the girls might be raped, and also that fear of a girl.
But when FIDA came in, that's when now FIDA came and told them that also girls have a right for education.
So the impact of FIDA is that FIDA has really promoted quality education and also gender equality for both girl children and also males.
All this is not done by only us. We have fostered collaborations with the stakeholders in the districts. We work closely with the community officers, that is the district community development officers in the 3 districts. We work with the RDCs. We work with the CDOs in the various sub-counties. And we also work with the implementing partners, because we are all focusing on looking at a generation that is going to be resourceful in the near future, because they are the ones who hold the future.
FIDA has a group of CLVs within the town council. So in case there are issues at ground level, either at cell or ward, they first handle within their level. And when they finish at that level, we say it is okay. And when it needs our interventions, we also go down to the ground, or they come to office, then we handle.
So after identifying these problems as community legal volunteers, we saw there is need to sensitize our people, to have platforms that we can talk on to our people so that they can know what is to be done.
But I really want to thank Generation Gender for coming in to Sebei sub-region, because most of the things that are faced here in Kapchora is usually the negative mindset. So we have a lot in mindset changing, which we cannot do it not until such projects come in to give us support so that we are able to go deep down in the villages.
Our working relationship with the FIDA has been very good, and we pray that we still continue with the same spirit.
Let me also thank the FIDA fraternity for allowing us give these opportunities to go into communities and carry out sensitization or awareness on what people should do. And I guess we are going to continue with them up to the last minute.
We also thank government for giving us a gender-based violence shelter, which is also working concurrently with the FIDA Uganda to ensure that such acts do not exist in the families.
And I want to call upon our funders, donors, that it's not over until it's over. The fight is still there. Things are still happening, and we need to work with other stakeholders and other coalition partners so that we'll be able to realize a gender-just society for the young people.
Rusi adi mongwe mangwe posko ma sare se anyarejo de anyarejo la DPA o kare anyarejo de ongwe nyabela ane alewara village a etere kwasa county ajumantis TPA so ma anyara karibo se.
I'm by the names of Albert Francis Ongom, aka Genius. I work with Reach Hand Uganda, Program Officer, Community Engagement, based in Ajumani District. I'm happy to share with you the journey of GNG, of Generation Gender, since 2021.
By name, I'm called Abimaya Konsi, a peer educator with the Reach Hand Uganda. I started volunteering as a peer educator with the Reach Hand Uganda since in 2020. Through GNG program, we have created awareness to the youths. They are now really capable to do whatever they can do, at least through our guidance of how to improve and cope up with their life. They have really changed their life in that way. And we got so many feedback from the community where we have visited. At least we move, even we have seen changes. We hope through GNG program, the impact it has created among our youth, it will remain positively. And those ones who have got change will also change others, though we have not reached to some others, but they will change. Change will change others.
When we talk about culture here, the culture used to underlook on women, but right now at least also women are being given space to talk on issues affecting on them, issues of gender justice, issues of gender-based violence in the communities. And at least right now, cases are being recorded at the police. Cases are being recorded at the probation's office and at the sub-county level to the CDOs, so that and then being followed up. I think that's a milestone which can be seen because how we see that the feedback from the coordination meetings we get in the 3 sub-counties we work in, that is Itirikwa, Pakele, and Zaipi sub-county, where we have trained young people, young advocates, to champion issues of advocacy in the communities, in their sub-county, and a lot has been done.
Andani Reach Hand aya yake dia ongo arima iya era rama iya era ra emuto ra do yane amitele right ra mu konsa ke manta di pada ra efo dia do sa ta angelo nzana oko olu yufuadri area nyabla di gare ka kolo da kolo nzia jo kolo nzi onzonzia olu jo isule ra do ta ongo ta lo sa ra do ta ni bade mu na ngon sai ta diaru
to man Reach Hand ya okay kia mane linia du ame forma ma group ari tangbing biteo jo to angba ngon ari dela na batinena na jida ra molo aloga voa taziti nasi enia ga todaka ba rekaleti na ba yo amasi amara ba masiki ni rozi ndi polisi ya baraksi ya ilisi drishe zoni tazionzi de amare ware pere kanye kone ke pere na masa make onyo na sezi kona si toude amasi da yoni kesi te yoni tilo una kovole siti sa kuifune amanya ngba pere sina si toude na ko tsanyenera desi oba diaru masu amanyu fuere dorora amale de savoir ngwi pelere drauta mangasa midela mara ni hotel tsazo delega kinya su to ko diane Bang bing bikolo irenya blarika zone district is arisa zara. Amasi ama biara mata ekwere vava mari amvuti amata kwire swa mvua sisi. Megi na tangu na chapa sono jora. Ya tajore nzako manzori si hani okbosi. Vua katiki andragalinde yake kata kasikiri so vleko manzora.
I want to also appreciate the Richard hand. This is my next address. The vision for future is a vision for good leadership, is a vision for youth protection, is a vision for health service delivery, is a vision for quality education, is a vision for embracing good agricultural policies, and you are involved. Hallelujah.
As a person, I've really developed for all these years I've spent on this project, working with different stakeholders, the cultural leaders, the district officials, the district youth council, and the young people that we engage on a daily, and through those dialogues that also help us to come up with policies to make sure that we rectify the challenges that these young people face in communities.
At least these people, they should call meeting frequently so that our youths, those who are down, they can come up with something. Because some of them, they are down there, they don't know what is going on. So that if they come like that, we share experience together to get something.
We are an organization that works for young people, with young people. That's why you're seeing very many young faces here. And we believe that the issues that young people are facing are issues that we need to collectively address as a community.
Empowerment. In this conversation, Generation Gender has supported the women movements to come on space, giving opportunities to young people, young leaders to share.
Generation Gender is a 5-year program implemented in 7 countries across the world. And those countries include Uganda, where we are right now. In Uganda, we implement across 6 districts, including Adjumani, Buko, Kwen, Kapchora, Namtumba, and Iganga, where we are right now.
Sehadi yajja netuyambako kuba tuzze tuwulira mu bitundu ebituliraanye okubeera nga obutabanguko mu maka gye buli, okubeera nga omuzadde tatwala buvunaanyizibwa, kubeera nga asasulira omwana school fees. Ebyo byasookawo dda, naye kati bajja ate ne bakola ki? Ne batubangulako mu mitwe zaffe ne tubeera nga tujjukira obuvunaanyizibwa bwaffe, okubeera nga tutegeeza abantu okubeera nga bakola ekisaanidde.
People have been facing a lot of challenges, but because of SEHAD, due to the community sensitizations that have been taking place, these GBV issues have reduced. You know, there are rules that are governing gender-based violence. However, there are rules that are really not being put into practice by maybe our leaders. SEHAD has gone into different communities where they are sensitizing communities about the law. As a probation officer, I'm able to sensitize community about the various gender-based violence issues, and as a result, we are able to change the community.
One of the things that we have done is to form out the structure that we call community health advocates. The structure of community health advocates are young people whose capacities we have built to be able to sit and demand for their rights. And in Iganga and Namutumba, we have made sure that the young people occupy all the spaces that are available. In every engagement that we have, whether with the district leaders, whether with the traditional birth attendants, whether with the district chain link committees, we make sure that young people are available and that their voice is heard. To give them the space.
Including gender transformative approaches. So, for example, in the research, we ensure that. And at the head, we call them community health advocates. And our partners, the richer hand, you'll find peer educators. Under our partner, FIDA Uganda, you find community legal volunteers. And these are young people between the ages of 15 to 32. So we empower them, and this is in recognition that none of us as an organization can, cover every blade of grass in that district. But these people know the context, they know the languages, they know the families, they know the young people, they know the issues. So what happens is that we empower them, we build their capacities, we create awareness, and then we let them go and spread the good message.
So while we've been advancing meaningful youth participation, we've encountered several challenges. With the duty bearers, it is that thinking that we are the ones that have to make the decisions, and therefore young people should not be accorded that space. Although as we progress towards the end of the program, that space has more or less been created, that there's some bit of allowing them to be and be on the table. I think the other challenge that we see is for the young people themselves. The bit of confidentiality is not yet there as much as we would want them to actually occupy the tables. They're not at the level of confidence to be able to speak about the issues that they have. They have, not all, just a few of them.
In regards to social and cultural norms, in places where we work, especially here, you will find that the context is very not so supportive of young people.
Bridging that gap, in my view, has been very important, and we have worked towards that. But also being on the forefront of knowing that there's no violence, because the violence happens mostly to the young people. So if it is them preaching that, the message, it even becomes better, because then the young people listen to them more. So we've given them that space to speak, but also the space to occupy the table.
Younger people can better be involved in that if they are trained on what to do, and if they are trained and they know their rights, they can easily be included, because they know their rights and they can advocate for their rights.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this opportunity to welcome you into this summit today. I want to encourage each one of us to speak up, share your mind, because it is your time, and the time is now to speak, to hold leaders accountable.
So the purpose of this particular youth summit in Zaipisam Camp today is to empower our youth. How are you going to be empowered? You need to be motivated. You need to know what's happening outside. Then you need to pick what you see outside there, you bring it in. Then you start implementing if it is positive.
We normally say there is nothing for the young people without the young people. And today we are here, going to listen to the various challenges that they face. And it should be from here that we will come up with some of the resolutions that will add on to what we are presenting.
Some of our challenges as youth in Taipi sub-county. The laziness to come for meetings. Most of the youths also do ask for transport refund or meeting allowances when coming for meetings. Where shall we get this money?
There is limited access to justice, law and other services, characterized by the few police stations and a large population for the police in most areas.
The other thing I want to talk about is drug and substance abuses. The rate at which young people are using drugs is too much. How are we going to reduce this?
Most of our brothers are left on the streets, and they are called the spoiled flocks, because the determination of their future the base was not set for them. First of all, the career path in which they should head was not taught to them.
We have youth outside there who are educated
but they are jobless. So how far have you gone with the steps of making them get a job? Because most of them are abusing the drugs due to lack of jobs and stress.
We shouldn't only look at white-collar jobs. If you as an individual, you're able to raise something very small for you, we know how hard the economy is. But then if you sit there in the lens of, let me wait to be employed at the end of that day, it becomes very hard for us. Let's all advocate to the young people that, yes, we have done something, we are out of school, but what can you do for yourself before these other things come?
Why is it that the lawyers or the magistrates, they delay issues in the office? You went there because you need justice, and their motion is that justice for all. And why is it that they delay cases in the court?
Of course, they say justice delayed is justice denied. There are so many reasons why cases delay in court. One, I will just mention a few. One, lack of testifying. People will not come to testify in case there is a case. You know, they take you to court, you're supposed to come and testify, give evidence against the person you are accusing. So if you don't appear, there's nothing the magistrate is going to do.
If you see right now, most the school, there is no anyone representative of any disabled person. So we need also to consider them so that they should say that we are some people in future, or we can be future leaders.
The person talking right now is a person with disability. So I wanted to correct you. In fact, don't call us a disabled persons. Let us correct ourselves here. If you call me a disabled, I will just attend you right away, straight away. You call me a person with a disability. In fact, others call a person with special need or people with different abilities. It has really melted my heart, and I feel many of us in this room can relate that we desire to see change, we desire to see a society where young people are able to speak for themselves, where young people are offered the opportunities and platforms to become the best version of themselves, irrespective of their gender, irrespective of your colors, irrespective of your age, and irrespective of your economic background.
We note that access to quality health, particularly sexual reproductive health, is a key driver of enhancing that demographic dividend and understanding that achievements of sexual reproductive health of young people is interlinked with educational and economic opportunities for youth through making informed decisions about their reproductive behavior. Convinced that there is a current political will and commitment, international cooperations and technical assistance at different levels, in particular targeted for youth, and other measures to support the full realization of economic and social development. The very last one, that the district local government further expands and adopts design of one monthly youth day across all the health centers, health center 4s and health center 3s, that day specifically pronounced for youth to access services at facilities.
In this summit, you go with a message to change your life. Tomorrow, when things become worse, my dear brother and sister, you will face this life alone. This life which you will spoil today, even your parents will not face it. It is you to face the 90% of the suffering. And this one goes most to the girl child. I have 3 take-homes for the students. 1, be the change that you want. 2, the greatest fence around you is the discipline of your heart. However much somebody talks to you, if you don't have the discipline of your heart, you will never do anything for yourself.
And we need to work together with different duty bearers, with different youth leaders, with a different district leadership, with a different government programs to ensure that we create a society that is free.
So what I like about the Youth Summit is that I've got a lesson that in our school activities we shall also include the people with disabilities so that they will feel that they're also cared for.
We should also put this thing in the communities. We teach the youth. There are very many youth who are so ignorant. They do not have this information. They just go take drugs, do not know them, the circumstances, the outcomes of these drugs. They do not know what will come afterwards. But this forum is so important, teaching the youth. Like, if they're able to get the information, they will be able to improve.
And we promise that we are going to advocate, because it also costs for advocacy to go and inform those ones who have not made it through to be part of it.
One of the things that has stood out for me today was the question and answer session. It doesn't seem like the youth are given a lot of opportunities to actually voice their opinion. They're discussed for and not discussed with. So you could tell from some of the energies by some of the youth that were actually asking these questions that they were coming from a point of aggravation. They were aggrieved, they were angry, and some of them you could feel it in their voices. So I think the appeal is for duty bearers to always engage the youth in any decision-making processes that they are having that concern the youth.
And then two, what stood out for me is most events, youth events, we normally leave out some departments of our government. For instance, the police force. But this year, I'm so happy that Richard Han was able to carry the Jumani police force to come and attend the youth summit, where the police was able to air out some of the solutions to the issues the youth have been raising up. And I'm so grateful to all the partners that have contributed to this cause, and all the best to all the partners, and we hope for a better youth summit next year.
Particularly the youth.
Particularly the youth.
Let me hear from someone else here.
Okay.
You know, everyone, when you say Gen G, there are people who think Gen G or Gen X or Gen Z. Yeah?
Gen Z.
Do you know what, Kamanzi? I
Tell
feel
me.
like I know everyone in the room. Amazing faces.
So this is what we're going to do. For the people you know. Apologies for those of you who know Geoffrey, because the chances of him coming to you at this point are very
It's so
high.
high,
Yeah, so you can't hide, you can't run. I think you're going to go and ask those you know.
But I know almost everyone.
Really?
I'm seeing people who are right in 2020 when they're writing the proposal for Gen G. I'm seeing people who have done the great work we are seeing on the screen.
Nice.
Where do we start from?
Me, I think, since we're celebrating, how many years, guys? How many?
Hey guys, how many years have we implemented the Gen G project?
5
I'm not
years?
hearing you. How many? I'm hearing 7, 2.
So maybe some people are in the wrong room, but here we are celebrating 5 years.
Are you sure?
I think.
Let me ask, how many years, madam?
5 years. Nice. Okay. So me, I'm thinking, just pick one person to represent a year. One person per year. Doesn't have to be the same year or different years, just different people. And remember, because we stand for gender justice.
So we should be
Get some
gender something.
You
huh?
get.
All right.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is a guy seated here, busy on his laptop, I think writing a proposal for gender...
For the next 5 years.
For the next 5 years.
Yes.
And I think it is going to be aligning with the new elections. Sir, when it comes to Gen G, what do you know? This is one of the guys I met 5 years ago. And he was busy writing proposals for Gen G. Young people defining age category.
Wow.
15 to 30 is not Ugandan. 15 to 30 to 25 to which year? So tell us, what comes to your mind on such a day as we wrap this Generation G project?
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Geoffrey. This reminds me of the time we used to be at the feeder office. I think when we were doing the writing, there is a day we arrived at 8 and we left at 5 with only one paragraph.
8 what? 8 a.m., 8 p.m.?
We arrived at 8 a.m., we left at 5 p.m. with only one paragraph, and it was a team of 9 people.
Imagine
So
that.
that's how writing can be challenging. But also, I think one reflection I would make of this day is the journey around coalition building and network building. If it is not a commitment by the 3 organizations, SEHAD, Rahu, and FIDA, I don't think the team would be here to conclude. And I also know there's a number of people that started this conversation, and they've not been able to walk the journey up to the last. But I'm happy I was part of this journey for 4 years, and congratulations to the team. Thank you so much, Team Rahu, Team Fida, and Team Sehad.
Wow, round of applause
you
for
so much.
Mr.
Frank Ategeka.
Nice. Thank you so much. Imagine he was here from the inception of this project. Some of you complain about 9 to 5, but my dear, they spent a whole day on what? One paragraph.
And then came up with, I'm wondering whether that implied productivity, but I think the result is evident.
100%. And for those of you who have not seen the results with your own eyes, there has been a QR code that will be shown on the screen that you can scan to look at all the photos that display the impact of that inception, that one paragraph. And for those of you who haven't had a chance, at the back of the room, there is a walk-in closet, a walk-in gallery that was actually curated by the 3 partners to showcase the impact of the work that Gen G has put into different districts and to different demographics. So please, Geoffrey, take us to the next person.
There's another lady I see here.
Mm-hmm.
She's putting on a mustard yellow. Mustard what? Sheila, how are you doing? Let me give you this microphone and you tell us, on such a day as we wrap up the Gen G project, you know, she's also one of those people who have walked the journey of Gen G and asking us the hard questions of the so what, and so what, therefore. So what comes to your mind as you see a project like this being implemented by young people, amazing young people from Jumani, Kwen, Buku, Iganga, Namutumba, and Kapchora? What comes to your mind on such a day as you reflect on the progress on advancing gender justice in Uganda?
Oh, that's a fully packed and loaded question. Do I need to stand up?
Please do, but let's keep it brief before we begin the next plenary.
All right. Thank you, team. I want to first say thank you to Sehad, thank you to Fida, and thank you to the Rahu team. It has indeed been a journey of learnings and so many so what questions. When you're in a space or after 5 years, when you look back and you see the milestones that have been achieved so far, and you see young faces in positions that they were not in before, young faces being able to ably speak out about their issues. Earlier on, the team was talking about visiting the bush, and some of you are saying you don't even know what that means. You'd ask your singers. These are young people that are experiencing it, that are being told from primary, you have to pull, you have to visit the bush, or you have to go through the female genital manipulation, which is something that was not settling well within what we want to address while looking at aspects of gender justice. And looking back and seeing that the young people are able to ably speak up, they're in positions that are influencing the policies that we're currently seeing, though we still have strides to make. On my end, I look at that as a win. And on my end, I look at the so what question being answered. On my end, I tap myself and the team. I always say all the small wins that we achieve, tap yourself, because it's not difficult, it's not easy working to achieve gender justice within Uganda. We have how many cultures?
Plenty.
Yeah, around there. Some are saying 56. And that already itself represents a complexity, the complexity in which we're working within. And meaning that if we're not intentional, if we leave the work that we have done here, we have aspects of falling back to what it was before, bringing back the so what questions. And on my end, I will encourage everyone in the team or everyone in the room to keep having the conversation in mind. Speak it out. Tell people, what does gender justice mean to you? People have talked about women not being heirs. We have seen so many women who have great heirs and have kept the family legacies running. We have seen so many women in positions of power. We have Katia. our whole CEO or ED at SEHAD, those are positions of power that were not accessible to women before. We're having FIDA itself with women in power. We're having so many other organizations. Even you young people, you are leaders in your own capacities. Women, men, and I love having, and I think I will speak again with what Humphrey had said. We're having men in the room, but also the men, you are the uplifting arm that we need for women to be in the spaces that we need to be, to continue amplifying the conversations that we're having in this room, to continue seeing that the narrative does not fall back to what it was before. I know we still have milestones to achieve, but the short-term wins that we have achieved so far are great to be celebrated and documented. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll have two more people, and one of them will come from this side. There's a lady here who happens to work with FIDA Uganda. We want to hear what her thoughts of the growth of this Genji project look like before we move on to the next part of the program.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alice Kathleen Lakwich. I work with FIDA Uganda. And for me, the Genji project brings into the understanding that gender equality is something that cannot be achieved by only one gender. And for the project, I have seen it, bring men into the room, bring in aspects of listening to the voices of the men and seeing that the men also empower the women in their communities so as to, uphold their rights and see that the women thrive in their various spaces. I remember a gentleman sometimes sharing in one of the spaces I was in, and he mentioned that back at his home, he ensured that his wife started off joining saving spaces, in the community. He pushed his wife into local council leadership in his society. And so you do realize that the men in our lives do play a critical role even in advancing gender justice. And I pray that the men in this room will be ambassadors, that they will continue to push this agenda, because it's true that the men out there will listen to a fellow man more than they will listen to a fellow woman. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice from FIDA Uganda. Round of applause to all of you who answered this question. The last person is actually going to join me up here on stage shortly. She happens to be the first project country coordinator for this project. The first project coordinator for this project. She's also, yes, please.
Do you know that she was not only the first coordinator.
Please tell me more.
She was also the brains behind the proposals.
Really? Then now that part I didn't know. Another round of applause for this lady before she comes up. Her name is Dorothy Amaron, and she will be taking us through the next session. Let's welcome her as she joins me on the stage.
Okay, thank you so much. Geoffrey, your voice is sounding like it can work on radio, eh? The late night date. And then the co-moderator, oh my God, the lady. Please, I was told you can sing. Give us a bit of a cappella somehow, yes, because your voice is so enchanting.
Guys, what song shall we sing? Together?
Anything, yes.
Okay. Since we have come to such a wonderful 5 years of this project, I want you all to join me as we thank God for the goodness, His goodness in this journey. Right? All my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so, so good. And with every breath that I am able, yes, I will sing of the goodness of God.
Thank you.
All right, Dorothy, this is your jam. Take us through and give us a little snippet of what this project has looked like from its inception. Would love to hear it.
Wow. Okay. Thank you so much. When you talk about the Gen G, we always call ourselves the Gen G tribe, because it's youthful, meaningful youth, participation, and inclusion. I'll begin by really saying I thank the platforms. I thank Sehad, my ED, Fatia Chiange, Lillian, Adrico, Humphrey has gone. But why I am mentioning them is when you're in management, you have a lot that you're handling. But the trust that they gave me the strength to create the team that you're seeing today, share with you these results. So I'm very grateful. So thank you so much. Let's clap, you people. Managing is not easy. And then before I go in to tell that journey, I want to recognize everybody, like how we started this journey. Just stand up and you wave. If you're a staff of FIDA, Rahul, Sehad, even if you're not mainstream in these organizations, stand up and they see you. Please, please, stand up. Stand up. Stand up. Thank you so much. You could write, you could tell a story, but if you don't have people that walk that journey with you and passionately, that story will never be showcased anywhere. And that's why they people that stood up meant everything. So thank you so much. Generation Gender started with Sehad taking in calls, Lillian's group coming in, Humphrey's group coming in to say, you know what? The space is big enough for everybody. And the issues that affect young people from all walks of life is a multitude. And being organizations and being strategically placed in different parts of the country, we are very certain we can pull this off. Of course, money limitations, yes. But whatever we did passionately and resiliently, because it's never an easy walk. You've had the districts they operated in, we operated in. It's not easy. Most of these are hard to reach what? Places. So when you look at young people sacrificing and showing up and being guided, they are determined to make that change that they want to see. They themselves, we can only guide as, I don't know if I'm now an elder, but yeah, we can only guide, but also trust that they'll take on the mantle. So, deeply humbled. And when I see cameras flashing in my eyes, I'm like, okay, this story, this journey could not have come this far without powerful people, you know, taking these pictures. Camera people, raise your hands. I'm advocacy. I want to appreciate. This is really appreciation. You could go talk to communities and everything, and then we could close our notebooks, and that will be it, isn't it, in these rooms. But when they give the photo stories, they are the ones that create the stories that create impact. So thank you so much. Generation Gender, really, a lot has been said from the keynote to the executive directors, and I wouldn't be repeating, you know, myself saying it over and over, but all you have to know is the project entrusted us, and we swam in all strokes. We learned, we fell, we pissed off each other, we got back together, and here we are. And for me, the testament today is young people can achieve anything if you trust them. So, that is it really. The project goals were really reaching out to policymakers, right from community to top to global spaces. The project goal was about bringing and enhancing capacities of civil society organizations to appreciate programming better through grounding. You know, we all talk about gender equality, but what is it in your eyes? So we went through gender transformative approach trainings, developing strategies for engaging meaningful youth engagements, you know, putting young people at the forefront. We went ahead to develop strategic communications, to do advocacy better, but we're also learning. We fell, we picked up, and we learned, and we delivered. What else? It was about using advocacy as a powerful tool. And today, as we wind up, as we reflect, I really want to thank all of you. Fida, Abby, like Dorothy, can you moderate? This is humbling. I don't take it for granted. You know, it's a milestone. So I like the theme today, and that is the National Gender Justice Dialogue. And the theme is reflecting on progress, advancing gender justice, amplifying voices for change, but mainly voices for young people. So young people, nothing for us without us. That's the vibe. So you make us and you give us platforms, but most importantly, we are trusting you that the results that we have shared and had today will not end in this room. The movement goes with you. When you pick something here, you are the agent of change. Go talk about the stories to different people who don't have the opportunity to be here, but also because we can't also invite everybody. Everything is about resources. So with that, I hope I've done justice to warming up this session. Allow me now to invite my esteemed panelists to take the center stage. And I'll start with, I hope I pronounce it right, Lotte Isaac. Yeah? He's a community legal volunteer. And then next I'll have Sevavi Bashir. He's a community health advocate. And then I'll have Akule George Caps. In the community is known as Caps. How I know? I have been to Ajumani. Yes. Then we have, finally, Rahom Marie Bukira. Please join the stage. We have a representation from SEHAD, from FIDA, and from our strategic partners. Okay, so we shall start now with introductions, and they're going to be unique ones. I'll give you guys a minute or two to say who you are, what you do, but most importantly, what does gender justice mean to you? Then we'll delve into the questions. Is that fair? Okay, great. Ladies first, because they lead the way. Kingdoms, queendoms. Yesterday I learned that queendoms create kingdoms. So allow me pass the mic to you first.
Good afternoon once again. My name is Bukirwa Rahom Maria. I'm a program manager at the Women's Pro Bono Initiative. We advance access to justice for women and girls. I'm happy to be here. Gender justice, once I think about gender justice, all I can think of is opportunity, unique opportunities for women and girls. I'll always front women and girls. And I'm looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you so much. I am Akule George Caps, all the way from Ajumani. I am a youth leader. I'm also a co-founder of the Youth Empowerment Foundation. And I also am the executive director for the Youth Empowerment Foundation. Gender justice refers to the affairs and equitable treatment of individuals of all gender, ensuring that everyone has equal rights.
Okay, legal rights. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I am Sevavi Bashir by names. I'm a community health advocate working with SEHAD from Iganga. I am a photographer.
Amazing.
So what I understand by the cause of today is it's a tool that we actually use to make sure that everyone is equal to the other. Yes, thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Bashir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm by name Lotte Isaac, a proud advocate and groomed by FIDA Uganda through Generation Gender Project.
Wow.
And I'm really proud to be one of us here. And indeed, Generation Gender Project is not ending, but it's starting with us. That's the most sustainable program we have realized since we started the project. And talking about what is meant about gender justice is
what it means to you.
What it means to me is like this is just justice for all, because we realize on all races, we speak out to everyone, not only for ladies, but all races of people. Thank you very much. As we continue with the discussion, be blessed.
Okay, I think the microphone will stay right at where you are.
Thank you very much.
Yes, we're going to start with you, Lotte. And I like the fact that you say it's justice for all. Because initially there was confusion of you're always empowering women and girls. Where are the men, you know? And we said, no, we need young voices to come and join us to preach the gospel of equity and equality for all young people, especially women from all walks of life. So you're going to really share with us, being a community volunteer, a community legal volunteer, what really has been your journey in terms of giving young people the confidence to speak to injustices that they are facing?
Once again, thank you. And before I start to saying what have the impacts we have brought to the communities, I must say first that it starts from me. The first time the team came from head office, that's of course those of Abby and Geoffrey, we had a mindset that was hard to change. And I was one of those young people that was an ally. And realizing later, based on the trainings we have severally, we realize that things change and it's only about the mindset. And taking through, I believe we come from different communities whereby we have different cultures going on. And with the journey that we have, it has been tough. And this only comes out with hard work, commitment, and at times patience. If we were not patient enough, we could have not reached here. With the team, as you had said earlier, this is the team that I've seen of, maybe reflecting on the side of the community legal volunteers. We have been having different projects running in our areas, but this one has proven that anything is possible given that you're with the right team. And working with the FIDA Uganda through the Generation Gender, we have in our culture, that is the Sabinj culture. It's mentioning the reproductive health organs in SRHR program as you're going out for awareness. It's a bit a taboo. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a challenge to us as we are delivering the message, creating awareness in our communities. Even in radio talk shows, we have been having challenges, and it came out that we just sacrificed ourselves for the betterness of our community, trying to see that our people, their rights are heard, and at least we make a change together. And continuing from there, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that the support we have been given, that is mentally, financially, of course, as I had mentioned, because we have been given some facilitation and also some airtime to be communicating with the rest of the team. It has been very okay for us, and we believe it has motivated us to do more, because realizing that we can't work alone without also seeing something that can push us to the wall. As we know the expectations of young people, you may realize that we young people, we have a lot of issues. And continuing from there, we have influenced decisions. I had not introduced myself better. Based on how I reached to FIDA Uganda, I was empowering a young lady to occupy a space as a youth counselor, not knowing that I was going to be brought to this platform. She's my colleague, and she's called Gloria Chelangat, and she's a deputy speaker at our sub-county. And that was the course. We pushed her there, and of course, she also brought us to the certain platform, and of which we are also sounding. And on that, I believe that empowering a lady doesn't mean that you're going to be looked down, but rather empowering a right person that is also going to make you feel proud of yourself tomorrow, and empowering the right people. As we have been listening to different speakers, we have realized that we have got challenges, both genders, male and female, that we don't have to ignore. And making sure that we identified through the advocacy, we make sure that we don't preach the toxic parts, but we make sure that we preach the positivity of every other impact in community. As I continue, I would like to say that while I was mentioning the leadership position, I mentioned well that I was empowering a young lady, isn't it? And that same young lady empowered me. And the first person I met was Geoffrey. And Geoffrey told me one word: I don't want to see you only in FIDA Uganda. And I'm proud to say that I'm also with the SEHAD, who are also our partners, and that is the Phase 10 team. And through the advocacy and communication programs, we have been working with them on our field areas, and I also reach out to other areas, whereby we have realized a lot of challenges in the same areas we are, and we have not been seeing. And thanking also our other partners, I would like to say that this has been a journey of greatness. And they as always said, the strong will walk the race. And if you are not strong in this race, ladies and gentlemen, it wasn't easy. Working as a young person, going against what is believed to be true is not easy. I don't know about my colleagues, but we come from a community where we have beliefs that are not easy to break. We are talking about, that is FGM, female genital mutilation. I have to disappoint us guys that we have not ended it fully because the practice is still continuing. And how are we going to make sure that we call it off? By us not ending with the Generation Gender Project, but rather us building ourselves and reborning a child that has been in us for the rest of the days that are coming. And for that, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that if there is anything to mention, I'm just a proud young man owning spaces that I never believed I could. Through Generation Gender Project, I thank the team. And for that,
Amazing.
I say thank you very much.
Okay, before you still hand the mic and while the applause continues, it would be nice for you, Isaac, to share with us one or two instances or journeys that you walked as an advocate of, gender justice and promoting social reproductive health rights. Like one thing that you're proud of that you feel like, because I did this, this was the fruit and this is how advocacy should be impacting young people in our communities.
Okay, thank you very much once again. What I've done different is I've been assessing, and when I reach to communities, the one thing in my heart is when I look at a lady being oppressed, and we have been having a lot of success stories, and through my boss Femia, of course I call her boss, we have been sharing, and with the closeness that we have been having in office and in our region, we have been having close communication and interaction that builds the perimeter of us understanding exactly if we leave a lady alone, what is the next thing that will be after her. And one thing I like and I've seen, I've empowered two categories of people, and it is still in me, and I'm still saying it will continue. And those are the young people, and I think the team of documentary will do it maybe some other time because we did it partially. And we have seen that if we look at the young generation, more so the young people that are consuming drugs, guys, we come from different places. If we don't critically look at them right now, when they are still young, we are going to be having a worse generation that even you moving on these streets will be a challenge because one, they have been groomed in harsh conditions whereby anything they see, they think is theirs, even if they have not worked for it. And for that, according to what I can say, with the small facilitation we have been given, I used to come up with some small business ideas, and I brought together and I make liquid soap. And for that, the profits I get, I empower young people. And the same young people, through my boss, Femi Achelimo, she can testify because she eats also chapati when she's going home from the same young people who have been empowered from
great.
us, FIDA Uganda. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Isaac. And I think when you're talking about advocacy and you don't talk about the economic empowerment, you're literally walking your walk alone, isn't it? Most of the vulnerabilities that we face that escalate gender violence is because of dependence, first of all, and a lack of financial independence at that. So I like the initiative, and we hope and pray that, you expand and you can reach more young people. But
True.
thank you for that incentive and being an ally to gender justice.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, and an applause for him. Okay, thank you. Now I'm even smiling. When I had your photograph, I said yes. Bashil, it's about masculinities, right? Transforming masculinities, and you're going to speak to us in terms of how. I'm going to take you now to media since you said you're into photography. I want you to tell us how the journey of telling stories, yeah, from a perspective of a young man interested in saying enough is enough, no more violence, within our communities. As a young man, I want you to tell us how you've showcased that men can indeed be transformative agents of gender justice, to say, no, dear men, beating a woman is not power. It is actually a point of weakness. How have you done that?
Okay, thank you so much. Most of the times I don't like this English because certainly there is a way it doesn't bring out the word very well, like the local language.
Bambi, people. No. Please, don't be shy about it. Even as we were taught English in school, this is a community that is a blend. Mulimu abogera Oluganda, mulimu abogera Oluzungu. So if it's about you expressing yourself and the point reaches home, do it in Luganda. Thank you.
Okay, anyway. Being a man, I've learned a lot at my young age, being that I grew up alone. So talking about masculinity, that is something that we misconceive down there in the community. So I would basically talk about where I come from, in Busoga, because me, I'm a Busoga man. So in Busoga, we have some strict mentalities that were implanted into us while growing up. That's why I would firstly want to talk about parenting. You see, most of the times when we are growing in the community, we are trained just to be men or women, and we are not groomed to be them. That's why you end up, in most of the cases, you will find a Muganda man saying, Nzo Muganda ekyo sichikola. I would say, when I wake up one day and my woman is having her cycles, I would wake up, menstrual cycles.
Yes.
I would wake up, go get her the pads, blah, blah, some stuff like that. But now, one time, I was discussing it with my friends, and I'm like, but tuli wano tuli banji, but amongst us, how many can actually help a woman go and buy a pad and actually fix it in the nika? And everyone was like, that is not my part to play. And I'm like, but actually we were like 4 and 2 have daughters. And I'm like, now me, I have a son, but at least I can do this. But now you have a daughter and you cannot. How are you going to groom her? And how do you expect the man she is going to have to be able to know what to do? You get? So we have strict mentalities in us that I think we grew up with. So mostly, I try my level best. You know, it is not easy to wash away something that you found in place, as my colleague just said. The other people, like, something is beneficial to all of us, because I wouldn't wake up one day and find my daughter being beaten, and it makes me happy. Nah. But then, the same people, when you talk about not beating women, they are like, women say, okay, this is a phrase actually I've heard several times. Women say, if I'm not beaten, I'm not loved. I don't know which women say that.
So beating is a form of a language?
I honestly don't know which
women
women say
here,
that.
is it true?
But trust me,
Okay.
And several times we have engaged with Sehad people in Iganga, and they can witness it. Men say when they are beating women, it is just certainly a formal way of saying, I love you. I don't know how it makes sense. But then we are trying our level best to make it go away. But again, at the same time, I think there is something lacking in it that is bringing it up a lot. Men there don't know how to express themselves. And you know, when a man fails to express themselves through words, they end up to violence. So most of the times, when you wake up and talk to a man about how are you going to express this to your woman, okay, financial, I'm not doing well, but how are you going to communicate it to her? And he's like, Zenja Sirika, yeah, mani. And you're like, nah, we are all humans. No, none of us can read someone's mind. So you need to do this, at least do this. Talk to her about your day, about business, and such stuffs. And they're like, man, my dad never told me to do that. And you're
And
like,
they say that men don't cry. How many of us
Yes.
are men here? Praise your hands.
if you really know you can
Have you shed a
cry.
tear before? Do you cry?
See, we actually
So
don't
you
have
see,
any
those
hand.
are toxic masculinities, eh? Like the framing where they tell you that omusajja takola ki? Takaaba. You know, because when a woman is being brought up, they say it's okay to be soft, it's okay to be crying, and then the man waba ayina ebizibu suffer in what? In silence. But you cannot be gentle to a fellow woman when you're empty within, when you're heavy. So abasajja mwigo kwogera bannaye, you also, it's okay to cry, it's okay to talk, because when you share a problem, it's a problem what? So those are positive masculinities. It's okay to be vulnerable and to be soft. Let us wipe your tears. Then you can also know that when we cry, our tears actually come from a far place, isn't it? Okay, thank you.
But at the same time, I try to understand where they come from to say that. Keeping quiet. You see, if we are not empathetic and have that mutual understanding between us, it will be hard for me to break my, like, most men live with ego, like that ego of being a man. How will they see me doing this as a man? How, you get? So if we only try to get safe spaces where men can actually express themselves, but without being put down. Because trust me, if we get a day and allocate Lugogo and say, we want only married men to come and discuss about their problems, you might think we have one woman. I'm talking about being married. You might think we all married to one woman. But at the same time, everyone has their own way of communicating it. But the problem is when you communicate to a woman about how you feel, mostly there where I come from, say you are not being a man enough. And actually the community also will be like, oh, your man, no, you. It's not being man enough. So we are groomed up, ngaba tugamba, nti be a man, swallow it like a man, stand it like a man, food this, big boys don't cry. But that's wrong. That's totally very wrong. Me, when I see my son doing something that is not good, there is a way I will handle it, because I know at the end of the day, it is coming back to us. Yes, so I would really like if we could get safe spaces where men can express themselves. Then the other thing is ending violence against women and girls, because we cannot promote what we are fighting. So if we came out and started fighting it like publicly, because you will find someone, he is my friend, but when I find him beating his woman, I'll be like, mwana, echotochikola, but behind doors. So if we could actually have a possible way of open, say, talk about it, that this is bad. You don't need to be a man, to beat a woman to prove you're a man. You don't need to do this to prove you, because certainly we are all humans and we are all equal. So the other one thing that is very prominent that side are the norms. So I don't know how we are going to fight this, but I think we need to involve these cultural leaders because we have been meeting them. They try to show us that it is positive. But then when they go back to the community, it is the vice versa. So they try to show these people when they come that now we are ready because there's some facilitation, they are going to take tea, eat lunch. But then at the end of the day, it is not being impactful. You find somewhere a man beating a woman, and to him it is he's showing manhood. You get? So I think we need to see a way of involving them onto this. Then one last thing is rejecting toxic masculinity that hinder justice to women. Always in Tunga, I would say if I got my daughter and she was defiled by a relative, most of the men, okay, where we come from, try to mediate it such that it doesn't actually escalate so much or it doesn't affect the family name. But then you end up torturing this young girl in that she's going to grow up with that trauma, but silent. Women mostly have this habit of expressing themselves by being silent, and nothing is very, very, I don't know even how to bring it, but what I know is it is very hard to be with a woman who is silent. It is very hard because you will never know what she is thinking about, what she is yet to do. But in her own mindset, this is the way I'm not going to hurt you. Because trust me, when your woman wakes up one day and is like, you see, my stepdad raped me. As a man, you might not feel good about it. And certainly there is a way we people end up bringing them up in when we get disagreements. You also was raped by your relative. So they keep quiet. We stigmatize them. So if we could reject them and try our level best to see how we can fight that, good to go. Then last one is sharing responsibilities. You see, cooking, I would talk about cooking. Cooking is one of the things that end up bridging married people. You come back home, you eat, you get used to that. Okay, the woman also gets used to that. But instead of you saying, babe, I really like the food that you cook. So once in a while, you end up keeping quiet. So you don't understand why they are not cooking, and they are not understanding whether what you're eating is equally what you want. You're all quiet.
How about you cooking for her?
I can cook. Me, I actually cook. Me, I know how to cook. So if we could share responsibilities, it would be very easy for us to understand where each one comes from. Because if I learn how to cook, I'll know that it is not easy to prepare a meal till it is done. So I will understand when you say, you see what? I am tired. I had too much work today. I might not be able to cook. I will understand if at all we share them. So basically, that's it. Thank you so much.
So much, Bashir. A round of applause to him. I love the fact that the panel is actually speaking from their true stories. You know, it's not like research from anywhere else, but they are sharing with you from their hearts, their journey in terms of advocacy. And Bashir has just brought out issues of gender roles, you know, what men can do and what women cannot do, and what, what roles are assigned to each gender, isn't it? So it's important for us to address these issues because at the end of the day, we live in one community. He's also brought out pertinent issues of stigma, that when women open up, especially sexual gender-based violence, where women are raped or defiled, it's difficult to talk about these things because of the trauma, but also it can also cause more violence, isn't it? When you do anything small, someone uses such very traumatic experiences to, again, make your life more difficult. So when we're doing advocacy, let's be mindful. Are we creating the platforms for women to express themselves, like Bashir has shared? And then, of course, issues to do with culture. He's talked a lot about attitudes. And I think even Lotte talked about culture, the norms. You can't just change people's perceptions and mindsets. But it's important to do values clarification and attitude transformation. But you don't go and enforce, you first listen in to what the culture says, and you meet each other in the middle. So thank you so much for promoting men as friends of women and being the agents of change. Okay, next is Cups. Eh? Cups welcomed us in Ajumani. And when we
Thank
say
you.
Ajumani, you people, it's not in the middle of town. Eh? Our dialogues were in the trees, under the trees. One other dialogue was under a rock where the women were unshelling gin nuts, and they said, "You want us to listen to you? Sit and unshell with us." You people, advocacy is not easy. So, Caps welcomed us in Ajumani, and as you can see, he's vibed up. Trust me, the young people there, when they see Caps, I'm not surprised that he's into leadership. Now, Caps,
Yes.
for us, when we're in Kampala, everything is digitalized. We're always online. We don't want to know those problems under the mango trees where there's no network. But I'm going to bring you into a conversation of network.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I first want to dive a bit into the offline part, then we can get into the online or the digital part later.
No, that is okay.
Yes. I think basically we face a lot of challenges when it comes to issues of culture. But also, my brother emphasized so much on issues of gender-based violence or domestic violence. And most times when we talk of domestic violence, we agitate it more to a man battering a woman. But the other side of the story of women beating men does not come out clear in any platform. And it is one of the biggest gender-based violations ever. Honestly, men are dying in silence. Men get mistreated in houses, and they never speak out. We had a cow, our chief administrative officer, and one day he made a very silly statement at a project launch. And he said each and every time organizations or civil society organizations come up to talk about issues related to gender, it is us talking about women, us talking about girls. We forget about the boy-child empowerment. We forget about empowering men. And this, he termed it as stupid something. Basically because actually empowering women at a bigger perspective results into domestic violence. Yes, when you leave out the men and empower the women more, then the men term them to become big-headed. They don't listen to them. They don't do what they want. They don't do this. And in our culture, actually, men are taken to be the heads of the family. However much you're earning as a woman, you don't go beyond the man. So those are some of the cultural norms that are so bad in our communities. But also men should learn to speak up. Because when you get beaten by your woman, you should be able to tell a brother, hey, I was beaten up by her.
No, it's important to speak up, yes.
Yes, because there was a time there was a scenario, one young man went to a police station to report a domestic violence issue, and he told police that he was actually beaten up by his wife. And police started laughing at him. And they were like, you guy, look at how big you look. You mean that tiny woman can beat you?
She also said the reason why he was beaten.
Of course. So those are some of the challenges. But let's go to partly the online bit of it. Ajumani is a remote place, like you said. For instance, if Akule George wanted to put up information on social media handles, meaning I would not reach my target audience. That is the honest truth. I would reach a target audience that is not within what I'm targeting. They could be in Kampala, they could be in other urban centers. I might not be able to reach, but under the rocks, like you said, is how best we can advocate for our social issues. Right now, seated in front of you, I'm seated here as a youth leader. We have worked passionately with Reach Our Hand to ensure that there is inclusivity and participation of the young people in decision making within our district, within our local government. And right now, as campaigns or elections are going on, I am telling you, out of 11 sub-counties, we have 6 sub-counties taken up by young men who are below the age of 30.
A round of applause. I hope they'll speak for us women.
In political positions. First of all, we got a training from Rahu about meaningful youth participation as the District Youth Council, and that put us in the right place. One, we were able to hold our leaders accountable. So many government is investing so much resource. PDM, Yoga, talk of youth livelihood, talk of web, talk of whatsoever. But this money has no impact in our communities. So when we were given a training and we partnered with Rahu, we were able to have high-level stakeholder meetings within the district setup with district departmental heads. Issues related to education. When we talk of education, there are issues related to teenage pregnancies. So high in sub-counties like Ofua. You find that in...
Which sub-county?
Ofua sub-county.
Okay.
Yes, Ofua sub-county. So in Ofua sub-county, if, for example, 200 girls enroll for senior 1, by the time they're reaching senior 4, we are only having around 6 or 10. 6 or 10. So, because we wanted to get deeper to understand what was taking place, we went down, started having consultative meetings within these sub-counties, meeting the relevant stakeholders, including the cultural leaders, and we were able to understand what was taking place. One of the issues was culture itself. You know, in our culture, once a girl starts seeing her menstruations, she's stamped ready for marriage. So if a potential shooter comes up and is willing to pay 12 to 16 cows, and the father is poor, obviously, this child is given up for marriage. Forcefully. And it is a gender violation. So when we intervened, started
And it doesn't matter if she's in school. Sorry for interrupting.
It doesn't matter.
So the moment you see your first menstrual period,
yes,
Menak, you have to prepare yourself.
Yes, you
to
prepare
breastfeed.
yourself. Unless if the parents of that particular girl have gone to school to some extent and know the benefit of a young girl being in school. But if they don't, they look at the young girls as an object of wealth. And when we went down, started advocating, started creating awareness and sensitization, I am telling you, in the last 2 years, that particular sub-county is no longer first in that district.
Great. Child marriages have
Yes,
reduced.
it has
Great.
dropped rapidly. It
Great.
has actually now gone to another sub-county that
Wow.
we are also trying to see and tackle. Basically that.
Caps,
yes.
before we go on, I like the fact that you're using your leadership platform to create impact. And I think sometimes when we're deliberating on these issues, we underscore the role of the power to decide, you know?
Yes.
So as a youth leader, I think I like the fact that you've mentioned that about 18, how many? How many youth leaders went into the council leadership?
We have 6 out of 11 sub-counties.
Yes, and they were part of the Generation Gender training.
Most of them are. Actually,
Okay.
most of the youth council leaders have gone for the LC3 seats right now.
Please clap, Generation Gender. Because we know that where there are youth leading, the youth can speak best and can articulate these issues without being shy and without being put down.
Yes.
So I'm very happy to note that. And I'm just intrigued because when we're looking at, so I want you to share something just
Okay.
that relates to gender violence from the perspective of online. Have you utilized, say, for example, Twitter and platforms to create change in addressing injustices within the community? Has it been helpful?
I think when you go to my community, the most prominent social media platform that you can use to create change is either Facebook or TikTok. That works much better. So what happens is on my profile I do something we call hate speech mitigation, most especially combating hate speech online. Maybe, for instance, if someone is targeting a particular, like during the course of the 2016 war, we had a lot of issues in South Sudan, and when the refugees came home, there is basically a way that the host communities take them up, and we had a lot of exchange, majorly online, which is the hate speech mitigation. For example, someone can say the Nueri tribe is this, writing an essay that targets a particular tribe or a particular religion or whatsoever.
So they would share some of the negative practices they don't like within their communities to the broader.
Yeah.
And then you would see impact. Would you get any responses?
We get a lot of responses because when hate speech is put online,
what is that?
Hate speech.
Hate speech.
Yes.
Okay.
When it's put online, we have a medium of how we report it, and it's usually pulled down from Facebook. It's pulled down from Facebook within 15 minutes, 15 to 10 minutes. It's pulled off. About gender, particularly, we have tried so much to advocate online, mostly coming up with podcasts, majorly talking about how men and women should live freely or positively in a home, how children are supposed to be brought up, and also trying as much as possible to create stakeholder pathways that can enable a victim of maybe rape or a victim of domestic violence to know how he or she can report to stakeholders. Maybe it could be in the LC1 tribunal. It could move from the LC1 tribunal if that fails to maybe probation. And if probation fails, then definitely police. But now, as we are doing this, remember, if this is a home or a family, we are not looking at breaking up this family. We are looking at how to create or sensitize this family against the vice. Because at the end of it all, if you are breaking the family, then you're leaving children here. You're leaving children with 4, 5, or 6 children with a mother who can take care of the
So you're
the
preaching
children.
reconciliation,
Yes, of course.
basically, as
Yeah.
you resolve the domestic violence related issues.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Amazing. I like the way that you speak about podcasts, because most times only people within the communities can amplify their voices. So I think social media is expansive.
Yeah.
And we've seen those videos running around where, say, for example, there's violence in a community and someone puts a video there and then it starts trending in what? In groups, WhatsApp groups, and you see the police reacting and everybody. So I think, thank you so much for bringing it up. Facebook, how many of us are there? I know the tax is still biting. But I think it's a very good platform, especially for young people in the communities. And I think when you share these stories, I like your tagline of hate speech, because, you know, people do a lot on media. I can post a story about myself, and then they tell me all sorts of things. You're ugly, you're short, you're not beautiful, you're not, you know, and then all the things bring mental distress.
Yeah.
So if you talk about violence from that point, you know, to say, you know, body shaming is violence or all these things, I think it's a good way to use the media. So really appreciate. Did you have anything else to add on before we
not
move on?
really. Not really.
Okay. Thank you so much. A round of applause for CAPS. You can see the journey that they've moved from being trained to taking up leadership positions, to taking up different approaches, including, you know, technology, to speak about negative vices within our communities that affect young women and, women in general, and youth, And when I say youth, men, you're also involved. Caps may come for me. We see men, and I think it's good that you've shared the fact that violence doesn't only affect women, of course, but of course we know disproportionately women are more what? Affected. But I like the fact that you say we should encourage men to speak up. Why? Because it creates a space for dialogue. And when people talk, then you get to know what the issues are, and you listen to both parties, and then you conclude and say, beating is not the solution. So it's good to be objective and to also speak for the young boys there. Because we want boys to come in as allies when they are converted, body, mind, and soul, they are healed, and they know the importance of addressing negative practices. So thank you so much. Now, Rahom, I know when we speak about gender, when I look at you, I'm looking at feminism all over. And when you're talking about generation gender, one of the approaches that we're using was actually using feminist approaches to address gender-based violence. Right from the first speaker to the third, you've heard about cultures and norms, stigma still being a very big issue in advancing gender-based violence in all its forms, both online and offline. So, and I also know that you're a lawyer. Yes, so wherever there's a violation, wherever there's a right, there's a responsibility. Wherever there's a violation, there's a remedy, isn't it? Yes, so I'm just going to ask you to share with us from your perspective, and especially being in civil society, what your journey has been in creating transformative policies to tackle the injustices within our communities from the perspective of promoting gender equality and equity.
Thank you so much. So when I speak from the feminist space and the women's movement, it's a space where I identify most with. One of the challenges we've had whenever you mention the word feminist, there's a lot of backlash that comes. But one of the things that we have seen across the journey is that we front the realities of women. Women do not live single issue lives. There are various things that affect them, women and girls. And in the promotion of women's rights, it does not take away from the rights of others. Like UN Women usually likes to say, women's rights are not a pie. That if you promote one right, you've taken away from the rights of human rights as a whole. So I think that is also one thing that we have to put across. But also civil society contributes to a bigger whole. There are so many issues cross-cutting. Even when you look at the issue of gender, you'll see there will be issues of disability rights. There will be expertise in disability rights. You'll see issues of economic empowerment. There will be an organization that can talk to the issue of economic empowerment. There will be something to talk about masculinities. There will be expertise in that area. So walking the journey, we have seen that in doing these gender transformative approaches, you have to look at intersectionality. And what is intersectionality? That even as a person, let it be a girl, let it be a woman. I usually like speaking for girls and women. Let it be a man, a boy, yes? There are various aspects of their lives that need to be looked at. And as civil society, we do not operate in a vacuum. We work for the people, we are the people, we are civil society. The stereotypes that exist do not only exist about women, but also about civil society. They think that once you say CSO, first of all, the government sees a money bag. When you go into the community, they see elites, people who are out of touch with reality. But when we go into gender transformative approaches, we look at this lens intersectionally. This girl, she's being excluded from school. What are the issues? She's not only going to be violated at school, her right to education, but when she goes back home, the gender roles, the care roles are uploaded only on her. While her brothers are resting, she's what? She's forced to do care roles. But as an organization, as a community, are we able to articulate those issues in advocacy? Do we break down these issues that, oh, me, I work only in women's rights issues, so I'll only front this part, and then you see there is another gap that is left behind. So Collaboration is another thing that we work with. We have worked with partners like FIDA, we've worked with SEHA, the other projects that we work on that also contribute to the generation gender programs. There is this whole issue of the anti-rights movement, the narratives that are being shaped. Those days we would think that, oh, these narratives that are coming up, they are just disorganized narratives, but there is a whole movement organized, crafting these narratives that, oh, when we empower women, there's going to be chaos. It's going to be disrupted. Or a man will feel less of a person because he's with an empowered woman. All of these narratives that are fronting culture, African values, and yes, the African values are valid, but at the expense of people's rights, that is something that we're against as civil society. So having collaborative efforts that we have seen from the stories that my fellow panelists have spoken about, that the need is so big that it cannot be finished by one partner. We have even seen our government itself has failed to address all of it, even with the resources available. So as partners, when we look at the different aspects of people's lives and we are able to contribute to the right to education, we're able to contribute to a girl's access to education. Recently, there was the case of the young woman who was excluded from doing her exams because she was pregnant. We were with FIDA at the Equal Opportunities Commission, and one of the things before we had the hearing, the lawyer for the school was present. They had representative, and they were like, all of you have come for Sarah Namkisa. Uganda Law Society was there as well. They were served with letters. Various organizations wrote letters. Uganda Law Society got an injunction. It became an issue, not even just nationally, but also some international media spaces were reporting about it. So this shows the combined collaborative effort of civil society to speak to this issue, and everyone was contributing something to the discussion. I think when we went for that hearing, he expected maybe just one or two lawyers present in the room. But not only FIDA was present, we even had students from other universities standing in solidarity with Sarah, saying, no, if this is happening to her, it can also happen to me in Makere, it can happen to me in Chambogo. And so this shows that collaborating together strategically, that's also another thing, because even in collaboration, you have to ensure that you have like-minded partners that see this transformative agenda and are able to speak to various aspects of issues that use their strategic positions to your advantage. Because like, let's say FIDA has been in this space for over 50 years, and if they hear FIDA, they're like, oh, if they hear Women's Pro Bono Initiative, they know like, oh, these ones are going to talk about feminist issues unapologetically. If they hear SEHAD, we're going to speak about health rights. So having that collaboration together, it helps bring transformation. The other thing is using advocacy that centers lived realities. When we go into these spaces and we're usually speaking statistics, we've been to Parliament. You saw the discussion that was happening on the Sexual Offences Bill, the marriage bill, and some of these parliamentarians are asking us, where is the evidence? Where is the evidence that women are being excluded in property rights? Where is the evidence that you need this law? At the beginning of the panel presentation, one of the members of parliament was asking us, but really, is this law a priority with everything that is happening? But we know, all of us, that most of the violations begin from the smallest unit, which is a family. And if we are only focusing on laws that govern, let's say, trade, that might be the discussion. If there's a bill on trade, if it's something to do with the military, you even see the resource allocation, the priority of discussion, the detail to attention when they are talking. When it comes to the marriage bill, sexual offences bill, it's an issue that is trivialized. But yet, these are all issues that speak to people's lives. Women are most affected in the home, and all of this spills out, like the panelists have spoken, it spills out into their other aspects of life. This same woman is a mother. She's going to raise a boy. She might be able to raise a toxic male because of the experience that she faced. This experience was not curbed because this was a law that was neglected, because governing issues of the home, those are issues of the home. Why do we need to discuss this law? So you see, when we have discussions that go into intersectional issues of people's lives, now you look at the marriage law, it is governing property rights, it has issues to do with access to resources, and you have a member of parliament elected, and he's saying, must we discuss this? And people are quiet. As civil society, when we come to the forefront and we bring this discussion forward, we tease out all these issues, we proudly associate with the things we stand for, and we are speaking not only for the women at the grassroots, but also for ourselves. The country director spoke about, even with her privilege, how she was still also facing discrimination. So if we're not able to bring out these issues as a united front through civil society, then all these issues can fall through the cracks. So I'm very strong on collaboration, and I've seen the fruits of it through the various actors, but also the results of it, that the people at the grassroots do not feel invisible or used, but they feel part of the solution that we are doing. That even when we go to advocate, we have evidence of what we're speaking of. We are not speaking from the textbook that, oh, you're going to say 70% this. You have a lived story. We have the case of Sarah Namukisa. She was excluded. You have the case of someone who was beaten up, and it is there. It is evidence, but also you can speak back to power and tell them there is always this narrative that you have empowered women enough, because we are sitting now in a hotel room, you're seeing some women, but in this day and age, in the grassroots, he has spoken, the moment a girl starts menstruation, they see her ripe for marriage. So when you go in these advocacy spaces and you're linking the realities of what's at the grassroots to your advocacy, civil society, in the corridors of power, it creates transformative change. But also it speaks to the relevance of decisions that are made in the boardrooms. We still also have to be present. As civil society, we've been called out for being in these spaces.
Maybe you could share the story of the policy, family policy, how you are pushing back, because when you look at the role of civil society, like you've ably put it, most times maybe we want to just say that we are not given enough credit when these laws pass, these policies and laws pass. But I think we had a good experience where I was within the same space and we're trying to develop the family policy based on what is on ground and the pushback. I think it would be nice to share with the audience how those stories in those meetings in the community actually now inform something that we use as a country to address specific issues, say, regarding gender inequalities.
Thank you. So we were having a discussion about the family policy that's being developed by the Ministry of Gender. And we spoke about how families are not only nucleus families, there are also polygamous families, but there are also child-headed families, especially with what we saw with COVID, the high rate of teenage pregnancies. Many of these teenage mothers became the breadwinners. They take care of their children at home. They have to fend for them. So they became heads of families as well. You have also the young children, not only, I always say this, patriarchy affects us all in equal measure, the men and the women. Because of the patriarchy, you also see young boys being forced to be heads of family, to have the care roles of taking care of children. And there were policy gaps not addressing all these issues. So we highlighted some of these arguments. And to our surprise, some of the state actors, we are shocked. They were like, are you sure those things are there? Of course, they are teenage mothers and everything, but they have families. We told them, you're speaking from a place of privilege to presume that once a girl becomes pregnant, and okay, yes, she's forced to take care of a child, she has a home to go back to. Some of them don't have homes to go back to. Some of them don't have an education to continue. Some of them don't even have resources from where to start. So there is a different picture as to what policymakers know to be the reality based on the spaces they engage with, as to us, civil society, who's always in the grassroots, who's talking to the community, Who even knows that there are some communities you can go to and I'm in a trouser and they will not accept you. But because you want to reach every girl, to reach every woman, there are those compromises you make so that the message is bridged. So I feel like in this transformative work, having those pictures come forth that women are not just statistics, girls are not just statistics. When the newspaper headlines come up and they just see numbers, the menstrual hygiene crisis that we had earlier, the Auditor General's report, and you'll have some members of parliament, some policymakers still dispute that fact that there are girls who do free bleeding. Once they start their menstruation, they have to go and exclude themselves and sit and bleed because they don't have access to pads, because they don't have access to water for basic menstrual health care, menstrual health management. Not every school has places to dispose pads. And these conversations, as civil society, we're able to bring them to the forefront. But also when we look at it from the place of, I'll speak from the place I come from the feminist place, having that gender discussion, that this girl is not only being excluded from school because she does not have access to pads, but she's going to be excluded and being forced to marry. You saw the story that was run sometime last year about sex for pads. You bring in that issue of access to SRHR services. The government is failing to address the issue of comprehensive sexuality education because we want to bury our heads in the sand that some of our adolescents are sexually active. How do we comprehensively address this? So as civil society, we bring to them these stories where the girls are even able to come forward. We've had instances where we bring to them these girls, and this is all advocacy that cannot be handled alone. It is too big to be handled alone. We need to do this as a collective. We engage in each other's spaces. So we carry one issue from this to that, but also we speak from expertise. So someone may have a gender perspective expertise, disability rights expertise, and all of that collectively as a whole, we're able to see transformation.
Thank you. Wow. A round of applause. It was only fair that I gave Shalom a lot of time, Rahom, a lot of time to speak, because as you can see, 1, 2, 3 men, 1 lady, so she had to represent the whole of us here. So men, please bear, that was just agenda right. Okay, I think we've listened in so much to powerful stories from our panelists. It's only fair that I give about 3 people to react, given that I'm also mindful of time. I know I haven't been given a reminder, but I also know that we know when we sit for long, we're also not being healthy. NCDs are on the rise. So please showcase if you are interested in making a comment or having a specific question, and then we can try to be as brief as possible. We can take about 3 minutes to do this, and then we'll have parting shots. Let's have a mic pass around. Someone help me pass around. Comment, question, let's keep it brief. If your friend has shared, let's not repeat the same, okay?
Okay, thank you. My name is Marutia Sara from Ajumani, a product of JNG. I would like to supplement on what my youth representative has lamented about. Jumani district has the equal population of refugees to the host. So if you count refugees 3,000, the host, they also 3,000. So the population balance. Now currently what we are going through is the food ratio has been slashed off. The district is crying of the JNG project not to like smash, but to continue due to the need because the refugees have a culture where if a young girl has reached 14 years, they bring an old muse to come and pick up due to wealth. And currently, it's on rise in the camp. As a result, then there are a lot of new HIV infection rates which we are having in our area. In Adjumani, we have a gazetted area, very far in the village, that also has the sex workers, where we have a lot of abandoned children. The area has a lot of soldiers, the area has a lot of police, the area has a lot of male gender compared to female. Where we have the Rwandish, we have the Bagandas, it harbors like a lot of ethnic groups of people. And as a Ruchehan, Uganda, we have tried our level best to go and have a leadership structure set up in that area. But still the area is having the highest new HIV infection rate in our district. So the Generation Gender Project has really done a lot in the lives of the young people, the youths in both advocacy and civic spaces, but still we are crying for the need based on the two major reasons I have brought forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing, because when we're in these spaces, we keep listening to more problems, and if you have an opportunity or space to make a difference, you please call upon such voices to share with you experiences for further collaborations.
Hello, my name is Sarah. In what ways can civil society hold government more accountable in issues relating to gender-based violence?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for keeping it brief.
Okay, there's a gentleman in the back here. Kindly stand up.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
My name is Tumine Barnabas from Cavendish University, feeder chapter from Cavendish. So mine is a supplement to what the gentleman tried to highlight about inclusivity when we are doing this gender justice. In most instances, we try to look it on one side, like it's already, yes, at the bigger percentage, it would be the ladies that are facing the injustices. But when we want to fight these injustices, I think we should more involve those who are causing, we allege that are causing the injustices, which are men. In some areas where I come from, like the cattle corridors, it's the same issue. You marry off ladies at teenager age. But when to fight that, we didn't go aggressively. Most of us would go and then try to show the good side of ladies also enjoying or attaining education. You give an example from a neighbor that you see the daughter to someone graduated and is doing well. So it's not all about cows and whatsoever, but also the other side, she can prosper. So we go and then, because culture, when you're dealing with culture, it's so sensitive and you can't go anyhowly. And then also, when you're dealing with these civil organizations, for example, FIDA, most of the people take them as feminist, and then they allege that they are against men's superiority and then their values. And when you're going to societies and you go a group of women, I think you will see that they will be biased to the people you're going to convey message to. So involving men like the way they are, I think it's a great idea, such that when I go to preach about the rights of ladies, no one will dispute, because I'm a man, I know what I speak about on the angle of men, because I know the spirit of men. They will not be biased that it's because it's a lady who is speaking against men, but it will be a man to man. And then this has been happening. To conclude, I saw, this is just an incident I saw, that when you don't involve men, you're creating a very dangerous society. I was in Kabaragara down, then there were these groups of kids that I think they were not going to school. There were boys around 11, 12. And then we were walking as you're heading to KIU. Then a lady, well-shaped, she moved along.
Well-shaped.
Yeah, that's what I'm using it. I want to bring out what the girls, these guys were all about. They turned around, then they started making the shapes of how the lady looked. This was an old lady around 30s,
And these were a group of young boys, 12, 13 to 15. They are trying to show interest in a lady who is older than them. So it means if you don't involve these young boys, they are going to become a problem to the girls we are trying to fight for. I submit.
Thank you so much. I'm seeing hands prop up. Can we agree that we are standing in between lunch and the hotel is reminding us that it's almost closing? Do we want to miss lunch and we continue? No? Okay, so we can agree on how many more hands? Let's be fair. One? Okay, can we vote? How many hands? Two? One. The majority of the voices have said one. So who chooses? Who speaks? There are 3 hands or 4. So you again choose who speaks now. Finally. Okay, there's a hand at the back, completely in a white shirt. So democracy has spoken.
I almost put my hand down, but thank you. So, my name is Martina, and I work with FIDA Uganda as a fundraising officer. So, I've been following the GNG project, especially from the reporting point of view. And so I want to appreciate the panelists and from sharing from their personal experiences, stories, and I really appreciate Bashir from especially being an advocate for gender justice and male. I've been in spaces where you've not seen men being part of, this kind of work. So I really appreciate sharing from your personal stories, all of you. I just want to ask a question to Lotte. I hope that is how they pronounce your name. I was telling my colleague that I come from Karamoja, that Lotte is a name from my place too. And I was wondering, so how do you have
Can that work later or during lunch?
Yes. So I want to ask a question. Being a young person and especially advocating for such pertinent issues in a very conservative community, Kapchorwa, on very, sensitive issues like FGM and so on. We want to hear from you. What are some of the challenges, maybe 1 or 2 key that you really encountered while doing your work? And how were you able to mitigate some of them? And maybe they could also be points of learning for some of us. Yeah, so I just want to hear from you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. We have to unfortunately call it a day with the questions because of time. The gentleman who is raising issues of men engage, all the 3 men before you, including the interpreter, shows you that we are very intentional and it's been a journey. They are here because of the Generation Gender Project, and we're intentional that men as allies play a critical role. And then for feminists, I think people just fear that word. It sounds heavy. Feminism is just a simple concept. And this is what it means from today, that it is putting women at the forefront because we recognize a lot of injustices women face because they are women. How many times will you hear a man was raped? How many times do men go through menstruation? You know? How many times do you hear that girls have to go look for firewood while the boy is at school? So we are just saying, let's address these injustices so that we all catch up. And we don't leave the women what? Behind. That is just feminism, simply put. So please don't fear that word. Use it for the betterment of the cause. Okay. I'll return the mic back. Let's make it brief to the point, and we call it a great day.
Okay, thank you very much. Coming back to what my colleague from FIDA had mentioned, the challenges we go through. As you're also going out for advocacy, you may realize that we have a challenge that comes alongside the people you're trying to to create awareness too. That is economical dependency. You take, for instance, if you're trying to speak out for someone and the same person you're talking to has a connection to that same perpetrator and that person provides for them, it's a challenge for you to drop out of that cage. They'll still go back there knowing well that there is something they get from it. And as we go so out to create awareness, remember, we only have more of the impact when we have official outreaches whereby they provide sodas, let us be open, and biscuits to bring out the facilitation program, like bringing out certain things. But extremely, if you engage these cultural leaders trying to explain to them, you only talk to them in a comfortable way, as my colleague had mentioned, when there is a facilitation.
Okay.
And finalizing on that, I believe I won't be having more time.
I think you should do your parting shot. If you
Yeah.
have like a comment and a question to answer, you.
No, I'm just parting.
Yes, thank you.
As young people or maybe advocates, I would like to say that there is an African American writer called Maya Angelou. She wrote like, the more you know of your history, the more liberated you are. Meaning before we go out, you have to know who you are so that you can liberate others.
Thank
And
you so
outside
much.
that, thank you very much. And let us at least requesting FIDA Uganda and other partners, guys, let us retain young people on these platforms, more so those we see that can contribute more so that we can have a great sustainable program. in the nearest future.
Sustainability of
Thank
the
you very
Gen
much.
G. Right. Thank you so much. Let's give him a round of applause. Please hold the mic. If you have the question and clarity, you do that, and you're closing.
Okay, my question now was about holding government accountable. One of the things that we have done, strategic litigation. You go through courts of law. So the government, of course, has three arms: legislature, judiciary, executive. So most times in these decision-making spaces, policies, there's a lot of influence from the legislature and executive. So sometimes we go through the judiciary, we conceptualize strategic interest cases, public interest cases, issues that we can hold the government accountable to. And this does not only stop at the national forum. Our government is signatory to other laws. You can even scale it up and go to the international platform. We collaborate with partners, development partners, to hold them accountable. They take resources and commit to have certain benchmarks done. So that's another thing that we do. Research, investing in research, knowledge management, and sharing. All of these things, once we are holding government accountable, we do not only document the things we're doing as civil society, but we also document the wrongs that government is doing. So we bring evidence that you see you have resources committed to this, access to health services for mothers. We still have this mortality rate going up. We don't have access to sanitary pads for girls. You committed to have free sanitary pads. So we document their commitments, we document their violations, but we also do research from other jurisdictions, what has worked. We do research on what we have done as civil society, what has worked. The other thing that we do is also inclusivity for them. We bring on board other government actors. Ministry of Gender, we have approached Ministry of Education, this issue of teenage pregnancy. As a ministry, you have to say something, do a statement. So we also have strategic partnerships with some of the stakeholders from government that we onboard, and we make sure that they call out their counterparts.
Finally.
So parting shots from these discussions, it's always an honor to speak in spaces and always advocate for women's rights unapologetically, because like Dorothy says, we recognize the historical injustices that have been happening to women. From the moment a girl is born and a boy is born, they are not on the same leveled stage. It is not the same. For a girl, the moment she's born, in some cultures, they say kasukari. A boy is born, they see an heir. But as we increase in knowledge as partners, as individuals, we need to advance gender justice from the point of view alive to our context. What is our context? So let us not be ashamed to speak out of these issues, but let us be alive to the lived realities of women, of girls, of the privileges we hold, not only as men, but also as privileged women. The privileges we hold, let us be alive to them and let us use our power for good. Male engagement is good and we also advocate for it, but let us also have women's realities and lived experiences centered as they are. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. You educate a girl and you've educated the whole village, isn't it? Okay, so our dear community agents, your parting shot is going to be sweet. Reflect on, from the GNG, what is that you'll carry with you despite the project coming to an end? Thank you.
Thank you so much. As a youth leader, I would want to really thank Jehad, FIDA, and Richer Hand Uganda so much for having given us the platform and space to raise our voices as young people. Through the GNG project, we were able to do a lot of activities, and these activities have empowered the young people to hold their leaders accountable and also to participate actively in decision-making processes. And on 16th of this month, we are having our Adjumani District Youth Summit, which is actually one of the biggest youth spaces that has been created through Generation Gender for the young people to come and interface with their leaderships and civil servants who hold offices accountable. And I think this year we are benchmarking mostly on how the young people have benefited and how they have grown economically. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Thank you so much. You can see that the fruits are still growing. Finally, what is it?
I just have one thing to say. As the project is getting to being closed, I think you should find us something else for that region because it can't just go like that because we still need more and more.
So meaning that the work is just getting started. Okay. Tutandika butandi sigakyali mabaga.
Let me just say this way. They always say mbufe abasoga tutegeera mpola. So I think by the time we are getting to get it, but anyway, we would like really to have more of this in that area. Thank you so much.
Great. Just parting shots. I know, what do you take? I know you had said something, but what do you take away as a community agent for FIDA in the communities as Gen G closes?
Okay, for me, this one now goes to all of us, young people. In any case, you get the opportunity to take on the spaces like this, please don't forget the young person behind, because most of the time when we are up, we tend to forget the people that are down. Please let us not undermine the voices of those who need our interference. And please let us indeed be not only in these spaces for formality, but let us be really the voice that counts. I don't like when we are just here for a certain moment, then later we go back home and do nothing. Let us be positively causing change in our communities. I'm a legal volunteer and a proud one, and I'll still continue being one. And remember, as a trainer, as you had seen, I'm a certified trainer on gender transformative approaches, and it doesn't end with FIDA Uganda. And please let us not end with FIDA Uganda. Let us continue. Thank you very much.
I think he's really summarized it for me. He's spoken from a point of someone who has trained, and he's really committed, deeply committed to carrying what he has learned in this project further, not just restricting it to Gen G, but to other interventions that will come in his district. So my dear panelists, thank you so much. And reflecting on the Generation Gender journey, I think the youth, you're not demanding so much from the Generation Gender project. It was for you, and nothing for you without you. So you took the center stage. All these are youthful people, and you've heard their voices, and the room is filled with young people. FIDA, thank you so much for creating this space and enabling young people be seen, but most importantly, be engaged. We don't take that for granted. To the partners, Sehad, Risha Hand Uganda, let this be the beginning of a bigger movement, especially for young people. You can see that the energy is vibrant. Within each of these organizations, there are projects that can still build up. So let this movement be a footprint that you can step on for other bigger things. Thank you so much.
lunch, but even while we break off for lunch, we still have the documentary to conclude. So please be seated after and indulge in the beautiful documentary that Rahul alongside Fida and Sehad put together. Mr. Seth, let's welcome him to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. If it were up to me, I mean, it's too intense, it's too serious. If it were up to me, I think would close maybe at the beach or in a playground somewhere, and probably in a different dressing code. But here we are, you know, I feel like some people feel like feels like a bit of, you know, restrictive. I've not seen that vibrant energy I've always seen in the communities. And I hope you give us that feedback. Thank you so much. My name is Seth Nimwesiga. And before I start speaking, I would like to take the honor to invite the team, because it's very easy to be handed the microphone, but I represent a very big team that has seen all this impact that you are celebrating today. So the implementers, key implementers from FIDA, from Raho, from Sehad, I request you to join me on stage, please. Abby and your team, Assumpta and your team, Lynn and your team, Geoffrey. Let's do it very fast. We are standing between lunch and everything else happening in the afternoon. Kindly step forward. May we give them claps as they step forward, because they've done a really, really amazing job. Is that all? Where's Sheila? Where's Mark? They've stepped out. Okay. You can. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the amazing team that has been running the Generation Gender. Since 21, it has morphed, it has changed, it has grown, we have celebrated, we have, you know, rejoiced, we have cried a little bit. Someone said men don't cry. I've seen some men in this team cry. Am I lying? Geoffrey, am I lying? But thank you so much. And this is testament. As you can look at them, I think we should give a very big round of applause to our organizations. They understood the assignment. They understood that this is a project for young people, and they gave it to them. They decentralized the management of this program. I think we should clap for the management teams of our organizations. And I think we have done them proud. Since 2021, we started with a baseline. Everything was to do with young people. We talked about values, we talked about guiding principles. Someone said that as soon as the project started, right there came COVID, so we had to navigate COVID, we had to navigate so many risks, we had to navigate draconian laws, we had to navigate Trump, we had to navigate, I mean, there's been so much that we have, you know, gone through, but at the end of the day, we still believe that we have made some impact, and this is just a start, like someone just said. So I really appreciate, and as you look at them, now this project, one of its strengths has been capacity building or training in very many different things. Prudent financial management, monitoring and evaluation, advocacy, and many things, meaningful and inclusive young youth participation, gender transformative approaches, innovation. As you look at them right now, we are closing, but these are your consultants. So wherever you are, in case you need to consult on any of the things I've just said, these are your consultants. Just been joined by Esther. I'm just going to give them, please allow me, I'm just going to give them 1 second each to say the name and the position as we close. Just name and position.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Ayabatoni is my name. I've been working as Assistant Project Officer, Generation Gender, Kapchora District.
Good afternoon. My name is Faith Tendo.
I'm a communications officer working with SEHAD.
Good afternoon. My name is Assumpta Nalukwago, Monitoring and Evaluation, SEHAD.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Femi Achelimo. I work as a project officer, Genji, Sebei Sub-Region.
Hello, everyone. Dafa Esther is my name. I work at SEHAD in the litigation department.
Good afternoon. Ocheng Geoffrey Ariong is my name. I work with FIDA Uganda as Senior Monitoring and Evaluation Officer.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Abisha Gwawire. I work at FIDA Uganda and I've been the project coordinator.
Hi, everyone. Hi. My name is Akulu Lintasha, and I work with Reach a Hand Uganda, Policy and Advocacy. And on the project, I've been the comms lead for the GNG project for the country. And I'm sad my Sanja is coming to an end.
and that is Kapchorwa, Buko, and Kwen, the 3 districts. Throughout my work as a project officer here in Sebei sub-region, Generation Gender has experienced a number of positive impacts in the societies.
We have been having public barazas at the town council where we sensitize the communities on legal issues, more especially land rights, issues to do with the teenage pregnancies, early marriages, then the issues with the family property rights, human rights.
Before I started with FIDA Uganda, the first week or the first months, I used to have issues with my husband because the friends used to confuse him that when your wife works with FIDA Uganda, she's going to undermine you, she's not going to listen to you, because they have a misconception that that office only fights for women. Yet it's not like that.
There have been problems of where somebody fails to get money, but FIDA Uganda have gone to the ground, told them on how to earn some little money on daily basis. They are able now to do some small businesses, and they help themselves.
When Chebet Rael came and introduced us to FIDA Uganda, about FIDA Uganda, we started a saving group of 20 people. And when we started that group, we have saved and we have some money, we have bought some goats.
But before starting the business, the life was not comfortable, but now you can do anything. You can even buy your own sugar. There is no more quarrels with your husband.
And it's also helping us in a way that our husbands are buying the ideas, they are joining us that these women, they are doing something good, and the gender-based violence is going away every day. And that's what we pray, that we pray for gender justice for all.
We also identified there is a problem with education in this area of ours, as you've also seen. We don't have nearby schools that can help our girl children. So most of our parents would prefer taking our children, the boys first, to school because they had different worries. For example, the girls might be raped, and also that fear of a girl.
But when FIDA came in, that's when now FIDA came and told them that also girls have a right for education.
So the impact of FIDA is that FIDA has really promoted quality education and also gender equality for both girl children and also males.
All this is not done by only us. We have fostered collaborations with the stakeholders in the districts. We work closely with the community officers, that is the district community development officers in the 3 districts. We work with the RDCs. We work with the CDOs in the various sub-counties. And we also work with the implementing partners, because we are all focusing on looking at a generation that is going to be resourceful in the near future, because they are the ones who hold the future.
FIDA has a group of CLVs within the town council. So in case there are issues at ground level, either at cell or ward, they first handle within their level. And when they finish at that level, we say it is okay. And when it needs our interventions, we also go down to the ground, or they come to office, then we handle.
So after identifying these problems as community legal volunteers, we saw there is need to sensitize our people, to have platforms that we can talk on to our people so that they can know what is to be done.
But I really want to thank Generation Gender for coming in to Sebei sub-region, because most of the things that are faced here in Kapchorwa is usually the negative mindset. So we have a lot in mindset changing, which we cannot do it not until such projects come in to give us support so that we are able to go deep down in the villages.
Our working relationship with the FIDA has been very good, and we pray that we still continue with the same spirit.
Let me also thank the FIDA fraternity for allowing us give these opportunities to go into communities and carry out sensitization or awareness on what people should do. And I guess we are going to continue with them up to the last minute.
We also thank government for giving us a gender-based violence shelter, which is also working concurrently with the FIDA Uganda to ensure that such acts do not exist in the families.
And I want to call upon our funders, donors, that it's not over until it's over. The fight is still there. Things are still happening, and we need to work with other stakeholders and other coalition partners so that we'll be able to realize a gender-just society for the young people.
Rusi adi mongwe mangwe posko ma sare se anareta de anareta la DPA o kare anareta de ongwe nyabela ane alewara village a etere kwa South County Ajumanti City a so ma anyara karibu se.
I'm by the names of Albert Francis Ongom, aka Genius. I work with Richer Hand Uganda, Program Officer, Community Engagement, based in Ajumani District. I'm happy to share with you the journey of GNG, of Generation Gender, since 2021.
By name, I'm called Abimaya Konsi, a peer educator with the Richer Hand Uganda. I started volunteering as a peer educator with the Richer Hand Uganda since in 2020. Through GNG program, we have created awareness to the youths. They are now really capable to do whatever they can do, at least through our guidance of how to improve and cope up with their life. They have really changed their life in that way. And we got so many feedback from the community where we have visited. At least we move, even we have seen changes. We hope through GNG program, the impact it has created among our youth, it will remain positively. And those ones who have got change will also change others, though we have not reached to some others, but they will change. Change will change others.
When we talk about culture here, the culture used to underlook on women, but right now at least also women are being given space to talk on issues affecting on them, issues of gender justice, issues of gender-based violence in the communities. And at least right now, cases are being recorded at the police. Cases are being recorded at the probation's office and at the sub-county level to the CDOs, so that and then being followed up. I think that's a milestone which can be seen because how we see that the feedback from the coordination meetings we get in the 3 sub-counties we work in, that is Itirikwa, Pakele, and Zaipi sub-county, where we have trained young people, young advocates, to champion issues of advocacy in the communities, in their sub-county, and a lot has been done.
Andani Richer Hand yake dia onko arima iya era rama iya era ra mutu ra do yane amitere right ra mu konza ke manta dipada ra efo dia do sa ta angelo ndana oko olu yufuadri area nyabla gare ka kolo da kolo nzia jo kolo nzi onzo nzia olu jo isule ra dota onko talo sa ra dota ni bade mu na ngon sai ta diaru
toma ndre Richer Hand ya okay kia mane lini adu ame form ma group ari tangbingbi te jo to angba ngo na redela na batinena na ji dara molo aluga voa taziti nasi enia gata odaka ba rekaleti na ba yo amasi amara ba masiki ni rozi ndi polisi ya baraksi ya ilisi drishe zoni tazionzi de amare ware pere kanyikone ke pere na masa make onyo na sezi kuna si toude amasi da yoni kesiti ya nyeti lo una kovole siti sa kuifune amanya ngba pere sina si toude na kota nyinera desi oba deru masu amayu fuere dorora amale de savo ngwi pelere drauta mangasa midela mara ni hotel tsazo delega kinya su to ko ri ane ngbi kolo irenya blarika zondi suki ya resa zara amasi ama biara mata ekwere vava mari amvutri amata kure su amvu asise megina tangwe na chapa sono jora Eta Jolenzako, Manzoris Hano Bossy, Vakatiki and Ragaling, the Kakasikiri, Vleco, Manzora.
I want to also appreciate the Richard Han. This is my next address. The vision for future is a vision for good leadership, is a vision for youth protection, is a vision for health service delivery, is a vision for quality education, is a vision for embracing good agricultural policies, and you are involved. Hallelujah.
As a person, I've really developed for all these years I've spent on this project, working with different stakeholders, the cultural leaders, the district officials, the district youth council, and the young people that we engage on a daily, and through those dialogues that also help us to come up with policies to make sure that we rectify the challenges that these young people face in communities.
At least these people, they should call meeting frequently so that our youths, those who are down, they can come up with something. Because some of them, they are down there, they don't know what is going on. So that if they come like that, we share experience together to get something.
We are an organization that works for young people, with young people. That's why you're seeing very many young faces here. And we believe that the issues that young people are facing are issues that we need to collectively address as a community.
Empowerment. In this conversation, a generation gender has supported the women movements to come on space, giving opportunities to young people, young leaders to share.
Generation Gender is a 5-year program implemented in 7 countries across the world. And those countries include Uganda, where we are right now. In Uganda, we implement across 6 districts, including Adjumani, Buko, Kwen, Kapchora, Namtumba, and Iganga, where we are right now.
Sehadi yajja netuyambako kuba tuzze tuwulira mu bitundu ebituliraanye okubeera nga obutabanguko mu maka gye buli, okubeera nga omuzadde tatwala buvunaanyizibwa, kubeera nga asasulira omwana school fees. Ebyo byasookawo naye kati bajja ate ne bakola ki? Ne batubangulako mu mitwe zaffe ne tubeera nga tujjukira obuvunaanyizibwa bwaffe okubeera nga tutegeeza abantu okubeera nga bakola ekisaanidde.
People have been facing a lot of challenges, but because of SEHAD, due to the community sensitizations that have been taking place, these GBV issues have reduced. You know, there are rules that are governing gender-based violence. However, there are rules that are really not being put into practice by maybe our leaders. SEHAD has gone into different communities where they are sensitizing communities about the law. As a probation officer, I'm able to sensitize community about the various gender-based violence issues, and as a result, we are able to change the community.
One of the things that we have done is to form out the structure that we call community health advocates. The structure of community health advocates are young people whose capacities we have built to be able to sit and demand for their rights. And in Igang and Namutumba, we have made sure that the young people occupy all the spaces that are available. In every engagement that we have, whether the district leaders, whether the traditional birth attendants, whether the district chain link committees, we make sure that young people are available and that their voice is heard. We give them the space.
Including gender transformative approaches. So, for example, in the research, we ensured that, and at TEHAD we call them community health advocates. And our partners, the Richer Hand, you'll find peer educators. And our partner, FIDA Uganda, you'll find community legal volunteers. And these are young people between the ages of 15 to 32. So we empower them, and this is in recognition that none of us as an organization can, cover every blade of grass in that district. But these people know the context, they know the languages, they know the families, they know the young people, they know the issues. So what happens is that we empower them, we build their capacities, we create awareness, and then we let them go and spread the good message.
So while we've been advancing meaningful youth participation, we've encountered several challenges. With the duty bearers, it is that thinking that we are the ones that have to make the decisions, and therefore young people should not be accorded that space. Although as we progress towards the end of the program, that space has more or less been created, that there's some bit of allowing them to be and be on that table. I think the other challenge that we see is for the young people themselves. The bit of confidentiality is not yet there as much as we would want them to actually occupy the tables. They're not at the level of confidence to be able to speak about the issues that they have. They have, not all, just a few of them.
In regards to social and cultural norms, in places where we work, especially here, you will find that the context is very not so supportive of young people.
Bridging that gap, in my view, has been very important, and we have worked towards that. But also being on the forefront of knowing that there's no violence, because the violence happens mostly to the young people. So if it is them preaching that, the message, it even becomes better, because then the young people listen to them more. So we've given them that space to speak, but also the space to occupy the table.
Younger people can better be involved in that if they are trained on what to do, and if they are trained and they know their rights, they can easily be included, because they know their rights and they can advocate for their rights.
My name is Chelimo Femia. I work as a project officer, Generation Gender Project in Sebei sub-region, and that is Kapchorwa, Bukwa and Kwen, the 3 districts. Throughout my work as a project officer here in Sebei sub-region, Generation Gender has experienced a number of positive impacts in the societies.
We have been having public barazas at the town council, where we sensitize the communities on legal issues, more especially land rights, issues to do with the teenage pregnancies, early marriages, then the issues with the family property rights, human rights.
Before I started with FIDA Uganda, the first week or the first months, I used to have issues with my husband, because the friends used to confuse him that when your wife works with FIDA Uganda, she's going to undermine you, she's not going to listen to you, because they have a misconception that office only fights for women. Yet it's not like that.
There have been problems of where somebody fails to get money, but FIDA Uganda have gone to the ground, told them on how to earn some little money on daily basis. They are able now to do some small businesses, and they help themselves.
When Chebet Rael came and introduced us to FIDA Uganda, about FIDA Uganda, we started a saving group of 20 people. And when we started that group, we have saved and we have some money, we have bought some goats.
But before starting the business, the life was not comfortable, but now you can do anything. You can even buy your own sugar. There is no more quarrels with your husband.
And it's also helping us in a way that our husbands are buying the ideas, they are joining us that these women, they are doing something good, and the gender-based violence is going away every day, and that's what we pray, that we pray for gender justice for all.
We also identified there is a problem with education in this area of ours, as you've also seen. We don't have nearby schools that can help our girl children. So most of our parents would prefer taking our children, the boys first, to school because they had different worries. For example, the girls might be raped, and also that fear of a girl.
But when FIDA came in, that's when now FIDA came and told them that also girls have a right for education.
So the impact of FIDA is that FIDA has really promoted quality education and also gender equality for both girl children and also males.
All this is not done by only us. We have fostered collaborations with the stakeholders in the districts. We work closely with the community officers, that is the district community development officers in the 3 districts. We work with the RDCs. We work with the CDOs in the various sub-counties, and we also work with the implementing partners, because we are all focusing on looking at a generation that is going to be resourceful in the near future, because they are the ones who hold the future.
FIDA has a group of CLVs within the town council. So in case there are issues at ground level, either at cell or ward, they first handle within their level. And when they finish at that level, we say it is okay. And when it needs our interventions, we also go down to the ground, or they come to office, then we handle.
So after identifying these problems as community legal volunteers, we saw there is need to sensitize our people, to have platforms that we can talk on to our people so that they can know what is to be done.
But I really want to thank our Generation Gender for coming in to Sebei sub-region, because most of the things that are faced here in Kapchorwa is usually the negative mindset. So we have a lot in mindset changing, which we cannot do it not until such projects come in to give us support, so that we are able to go deep down in the villages.
Our working relationship with the FIDA has been very good, and we pray that we still continue with the same spirit.
Let me also thank the FIDA fraternity for allowing us give these opportunities to go into communities and carry out sensitization or awareness on what people should do. And I guess we are going to continue with them up to the last minute.
We also thank government for giving us a gender-based violence shelter, which is also working concurrently with the FIDA Uganda to ensure that such acts do not exist in the families.
And I want to call upon our funders, donors, that it's not over until it's over. The fight is still there. Things are still happening, and we need to work with other stakeholders and other coalition partners so that we'll be able to realize a gender-just society for the young people.
Rusi adi mongwe mangwe posko ma sare se anareta de anareta la DPA o kare anareta de ongwe nyabela ane alewara village a etere kwa South County Ajumantis TPA. So ma anyara karibu so.
I'm by the names of Albert Francis Ongom, aka Genius. I work with Reach Hand Uganda, Program Officer, Community Engagement, based in Ajumani District. I'm happy to share with you the journey of GNG, of Generation Gender, since 2021.
By name, I'm called Abimaya Konsi, a peer educator with the Reach Hand Uganda. I started volunteering as a peer educator with the Reach Hand Uganda since in 2020. Through GNG program, we have created awareness to the youths. They are now really capable to do whatever they can do, at least through our guidance of how to improve and cope up with the life. They have really changed their life in that way. And we got so many feedback from the community where we have visited. At least we move, even we have seen changes. We hope through G&G program, the impact it has created among our youth, it will remain positively. And those ones who have got change will also change others, though we have not reached to some others, but they will change. Change will change others.
When we talk about culture here, the culture used to underlook on women, but right now at least also women are being given space to talk on issues affecting on them, issues of gender justice, issues of gender-based violence in the communities. And at least right now, cases are being recorded at the police. Cases are being recorded at the probation's office and at the sub-county level to the CDOs, so that and then being followed up. I think that's a milestone which can be seen because how we see that the feedback from the coordination meetings we get in the 3 sub-counties we work in, that is Itirikwa, Pakele, and Zaipi sub-county, where we have trained young people, young advocates to champion issues of advocacy in the communities, in their sub-county, and a lot has been done.
Andani Riti Han, aya yake dia onko arima iya era. Rama iya era ra mutu ra do yane amitele right ra mu konza ke manta dipada ra e fodi ado sa ta Angelo ndana oko olu yufuadri eri anya bladi gare ka kolo da kolo nzia jo kolo nzi onzo nzia olu jo isule ra dota onko talo sa ra dota ni badi mu na ngonza ita diaru
toma ndre Riti Han ya oke ke mane lini adu ame forma ma group ari tangbingbi te ojo to angba ngo na redela na batinena na ji dara mo lo aluga voa taziti nasi eniaga todaka ba rekaleti na ba yo amasi amara ba masiki ni rozi ndi polisi ya baraks ya ilisi drishe zoni tazionzi de amare ware pere kanyikone ke pere na masa make onyo na sezi kuna si toude amasi da yoni kesiti ya nyeti lo una ko vole siti sa kuifune amanya ngba pere sina si toude na ko tsanyinera desi oba der masu amayu fuere dorora amale de savo ngwi pelere Drauta mangasa midela mara ni hotel ya tsazo delega kinya su to ko ri ane ngbi ko lo ere nya blarika zondi su ki are sa zara amasi ama de ara mata ekwe riva va mare amvutri amata kure su amvu asise megina tangu na tsapa sono jora ya ta jora nzako manzori si hano bosi va katiki andragalinde ya kakata kasikiri so vleko manzora.
I want to also appreciate the Richard Han. This is my next address. The vision for future is a vision for good leadership, is a vision for youth protection, is a vision for health service delivery, is a vision for quality education, is a vision for embracing good agricultural policies, and you are involved. Hallelujah.
As a person, I've really developed for all these years I've spent on this project, working with different stakeholders, the cultural leaders, the district officials, the district youth council, and the young people that we engage on a daily, and through those dialogues that also help us to come up with policies to make sure that we rectify the challenges that these young people face in communities.
At least these people, they should call meeting frequently so that our youths, they can, those who are down, they can come up with something. Because some of them, they are down there, they don't know what is going on. So that if they come like that, we share experience together to get something.
We are an organization that works for young people, with young people. That's why you're seeing very many young faces here. And we believe that the issues that young people are facing are issues that we need to collectively address as a community.
Empowerment. This conversation, a generation gender, has supported the women movements to come on space, giving opportunities to young people, young leaders to share.
Generation Gender is a 5-year program implemented in 7 countries across the world. And those countries include Uganda, where we are right now. In Uganda, we implement across 6 districts, including Adjumani, Buko, Kwen, Kapchora, Namtumba, and Iganga, where we are right now.
Sehadi yajja netuyambako kuba tuzze tuwulira mu bitundu ebituliraanye okubeera nga obutabanguko mu maka gye buli, okubeera nga omuzadde tatwala buvunaanyizibwa kubeera nga asasulira omwana school fees. Ebyo byasookawo dda, naye kati bajja ate ne bakola ki? Ne batubangulako mu mitwe zaffe ne tubeera nga tujjukira obuvunaanyizibwa bwaffe okubeera nga tutegeeza abantu okubeera nga bakola ekisaanidde.
People have been facing a lot of challenges, but because of SEHAD, due to the community sensitizations that have been taking place, these DBV issues have reduced. You know, there are rules that are governing gender-based violence. However, there are rules that are really not being put into practice by maybe our leaders. SEHAD has gone into different communities where they are sensitizing communities about the law. As a probation officer, I'm able to sensitize community about the various gender-based violence issues, and as a result, we are able to change the community.
One of the things that we have done is to form out the structure that we call community health advocates. The structure of community health advocates are young people whose capacities we have built to be able to sit and demand for their rights. And in Igang and Namutumba, we have made sure that the young people occupy all the spaces that are available. In every engagement that we have, whether with the district leaders, whether the traditional birth attendants, whether with the district chain link committees, we make sure that young people are available and that their voice is heard. We give them the space.
Including gender transformative approaches. So for example, in the research, we ensure that under TEHAD, we call them community health advocates. And our partners, the richer hand, you'll find peer educators. And our partner, FIDA Uganda, you'll find community legal volunteers. And these are young people between the ages of 15 to 32. So we empower them, and this is in recognition that none of us as an organization can, cover every blade of grass in that district. But these people know the context, they know the languages, they know the families, they know the young people, they know the issues. So what happens is that we empower them, we build their capacities, we create awareness, and then we let them go and spread the good message.
So while we've been advancing meaningful youth participation, we've encountered several challenges. With the duty bearers, it is that thinking that we are the ones that have to make the decisions, and therefore young people should not be accorded that space. Although as we progress towards the end of the program, that space has more or less been created, that there's some bit of allowing them to be and be on that table. I think the other challenge that we see is for the young people themselves. The bit of confidentiality is not yet there as much as we would want them to actually occupy the tables. They're not at the level of confidence to be able to speak about the issues that they have. They have, not all, just a few of them.
In regards to social and cultural norms, in places where we work, especially here, you will find that the context is very not so supportive of young people.
Bridging that gap, in my view, has been very important, and we have worked towards that. But also being on the forefront of knowing that there's no violence, because the violence happens mostly to the young people. So if it is them preaching that, the message, it even becomes better, because then the young people listen to them more. So we've given them that space to speak, but also the space to occupy the table.
Younger people can better be involved in that if they are trained on what to do, and if they are trained and they know their rights, they can easily be included, because they know their rights and they can advocate for their rights.